Masera. Masera. My friends, welcome back to the Game Library, where we give a voice to the voiceless games. My name is Martin, and as ever, I would just like to start the stream off with a single question. The question of the day today is, what is the game you found the most difficulty with, and why did you persist with that game in spite of that difficulty? That is... Oh, hello. Sorry. My process is a little messed up. I'm getting puppy love a lot sooner than I thought I would. But this is an interesting question for me because I am having a lot of difficulty with Dead Cells. I'm having a lot of difficulty with Dead Cells, but at the same time, the gameplay loop of Dead Cells is one that is very much... It's something I enjoy. Like, every time that I fail, every single time that I experience challenge within this game, I grow, I get better. So that is fundamentally the gameplay loop that keeps me coming back for more. It keeps me interested in this game. And I was thinking back on other games that I experienced exceeding challenge with. But I persisted, I kept playing, I kept enjoying the game, and one game specifically stood out to me. And it was my first playthrough of Kingsfield 2, which, and the nomenclature is going to be a little bit confusing. I believe Kingsfield 2 in North America is actually Kingsfield 1 from Japan. It's very confusing, but it's one of FromSoft's early releases, and I had a very, very hard time with that game. That game, like, FromSoft is actually taking it easy on you in Dark Souls. Kingsfield was very hard, very difficult game. But I found the history of Kingsfield and the DNA of Dark Souls that is present within Kingsfield to be so interesting that I just kind of continued playing the game. And and the people who have been here very long, they know that I have quite a high degree of patience for old games. Very high degree of patience for old games. So I'm not one to be turned off by difficulty and tough mechanics, but Kingsfield is one that I had to walk away numerous times because it was just too much. And I would always come back to it. But it was the one game, if any game got me close to quitting, it's that game. Question of the day from 1-IQ. Question of the day, I can tell you the hardest game to get through. It was Horizon Forbidden West. Not because the game is hard, but because it ran on 10 to 20 frames per second on my PC. So playing it was very painful. But I enjoy that world and story so much that I had to finish it. So 10 frames per second I can understand, but 20. I know that a lot of cinema... Do you like my fingers? But 20... I believe, like, a lot of the good cinema that we enjoy, I think it runs on... I think it is 2024?
Masera.
24? Monty, welcome in. Hope you're having a good day, man. Hope you're having a good day. Yeah, 20 frames per second. I would have to have a visual reference of what that looks like. Again, I play a lot of old games, so maybe I have a lot of patience for that. But if I recall, even a lot of old games ran on like 30 FPS. But with that said, I'm fairly certain a game like Horizon, its movement and other mechanics, oh my goodness, its movement and other mechanics, it's going to require a high degree of fidelity and smoothness of frames. Oh my goodness. Okay, are you finally lying down? Rowan, welcome in. Jodre, welcome in. Hope you're having a good day. Question of the day. Overwatch, unbearable community. I quit. You know, that's interesting, Rowan. I was kind of intending that question of the day for single-player games. And I'm such a single-player game enjoyer that I gotta say, often, I completely forget about live service games. So, hats off to that one. I agree. I quit League of Legends for that reason. I quit Heroes of the Storm for that reason. I had a lot of great friends who enjoyed those games and got me playing those games with them, but I couldn't stay in it. I couldn't. Had to just fully learn the pattern of all enemies and predict. Yeah. Oh god, League of Legends. Yeah, absolutely. Necro, welcome in. Question of the day. Dark Souls 2. As much as people hate that game, and it is punishing, it's punishing because it expects the player to learn and overcome adversity instead of getting mad. I agree. I think that's one thing I'm enjoying about Dead Cells, is it has that kind of... And I know that a Soulsborne isn't necessarily categorized as a roguelike or a roguelite, whatever the nomenclature may be, but I know it's not considered that. But at the same time, I think that games of that ilk have a lot in common with Soulsborne games, which is very cool. And I'm staying into Dead Cells for a very similar reason. Oh my god, I am just basking in the puppy love right now. Chat, okay, so Quinn's been in my lap since the start of stream. She has insisted on being on my lap since the start of stream, and I've got Toby down here. I'm still waiting on that new camera that I won during the Creator Accelerator competition that I did from Streamladder. That will be the next doggy cam. But okay, fine. Rowan, I'm very interested in Soulframe. Warframe, I had a lot of good times. Warframe, I would say, is one live service game that I do really love. Okay, Toby. Okay. Okay. Good boy. Good job. You want Prelude's code? I have 8 left to give out. You know, I kind of missed I think it was like early access or something like that. They were only giving so many out. And I missed that. And I will say this, Rowan, you're better off giving it to someone else. Simply for the fact that I don't have a load of time to game outside of the stream. Most of my gaming has been done lately for my content, so I don't want you wasting a code. I don't want you doing that. If you have some to give out, feel free to reach out on the Discord. I believe you did join up on the Discord, but just in case, there's the link. So if you have any left and you would like to send one to me, I will leave that to your discretion. I will make that your prerogative, but you have been warned. You have been warned. Now, I want to get back. I did see Dragons answered the question of the day. He's one of the first to answer. He had a hard time. Gonna say Assassin's Creed Odyssey wasn't necessarily a hard game in the sense that the controls were difficult, but rather there was so much content that I would have these regular burnouts, but I eventually did a 100% playthrough of it, and overall, didn't think the game was anything insane. It is what it is. A lot of the answers have been they've been avoiding the difficulty metric, and they've been going with burnout or dislike of the culture and that sort of thing, which is very interesting to me. And I didn't consider that when I was conceiving of the question of the day, how difficulty could be perceived in that way. That's very neat That is very neat. Jawdre's answer, of course, we have Ultra Kill. What makes it hard is how much BS you need to do. What I meant is not quests or anything like that, but the fighting style. You need to do text to get a P rank. Not sure what that means. To get P rank is to get S on time, S on kills, and S on style points. Text and killing enemies in a flashy way to give. That's right. Yeah. I always forget that about Ultra Kill, that the kind of the panache with which you kill your enemies is also a consideration with the score of the game. Question of the day from Monty. I find that Kingdoms of Amalur Re-Reckoning gets difficult early on, but I'm such a big fan of the game that I don't even mind the difficulty. It has such a nice looking world, and the combat is fun. I played it back on PS3 when it initially released, and then bought it again when it got remastered. You know, this is actually a point I was thinking on with regards to game preservation. So, we got recently a direct port of Pokemon, Fire Red and Leaf Green, and Nintendo, and I need to state this. I am not someone who sings Nintendo's praises. I'm not. But what I like to see is apples to apples ports of games on modern hardware. And with Fire Red and Leaf Green, in spite of what they charged, they accomplished that. They did the thing that I like to see. So I will commend that. But what's interesting to me is that people say they want games preservation. People say they want these games to stand the test of time. But then when a developer or a publisher decides to do something preservative for a game, which is apples to apples ports on modern hardware, and they charge money for that because it does cost money to make a port happen. Code has to be modified and what have you, fidelities have to be updated, etc. A lot of people will complain that they charged any money. Now, we can kind of split hairs about Nintendo's price point, which I think is legitimate. It's a legitimate conversation. But at the same time, when developers and publishers see that, I feel like that does ultimately put a bad taste in their mouth when it comes to doing any sort of game preservation effort. Jerkops, welcome in. Shinobi on the PS2. No mid-level checkpoints. Saves only after beating the boss. The final level and final boss are teeth-gnashingly hard. It's very hard to get even good opportunities to hit the boss, and the additional enemies in the fight are infuriating and stun-lock you. And if you quit the session before beating the boss, you need to play the preceding level again. But the game in and of itself is very stylish and fun, and now I've got a vendetta against the boss, so I want to keep trying. Hardest game I've played in reality is Counter-Strike. I have 5,000, my god, and I'm still learning. I think that qualifies as a hard game. Yeah, like mastery is definitely a contributing factor. Okay, you good lord, woman, you are making my lap so warm. I have a corgi on my lap, chat. I cannot angle my camera down, so you will have to take my word for it. Ugh. I don't know what I've done to deserve all this love, but you're being very affectionate, and I appreciate you. I also had a hard time beating Ninja Gaiden. Andar, welcome in. I hope you're having a good day. Ninja Gaiden on the NES. I'm 27 years old. I bought a refurbished NES on my own to play it. Original hardware, I commend you for that. I commend you for that. Because again, and I'm sorry that I'm a broken record with this kind of stuff, but there is something to be said about the original hardware experience of a game. Even when we emulate, even when we port, some things get lost. Imagine we port a Nintendo Wii game, and we change the control scheme to fit modern control structures. They don't use the Wiimote. Yes, we're playing a Wii game, but are we playing a Wii game? If that makes sense. Sure, Quinn snuggles in your lap and it's fine, but when I do it, look man, Quinn doesn't wear fishnets and makes uncomfortable noises. I also hooked it up to a CRT TV my dad had. That is the way to go. They are still socks. I will concede that point. I will concede that point to you. Okay, do you want down? Okay, if I put you down, if you ask for uppies
hello, I'm
right
very
after,
sorry to bother you, but do you mind saving your damn game?
I don't have a game to save right now, and Dead Cells doesn't work that way. Dead Cells doesn't work that way. Although if I quit, I don't lose my progress, which is nice. My god, chat, the tufts of fur coming off this dog. The shedding that is occurring in my home right now. My shirt is like 50% dog fur at this point. Is that why you snuggle me? Is that why you snuggle me, Quinn? Is it just to get the dog fur off? Save game and Dead Cells in the same sense. Yeah. Okay. You're going down. You're going down. There you go. Toby. Hey. You're like, no treats. No treats. Emmy, welcome in. Helping Ben do an info sesh stream. So, Emmy, thank you so much for hanging out. Massively appreciated. Thank you for being here. And I hope Ben is doing well. How did the, I don't have him here right now. How's the partner push going? Guys, if any of you are into Pokemon at all, I believe this is how his username is spelled. Nope, it is not. Anyways, if you guys are into Pokemon at all... Actually, is it EY? I'm gonna look this up. I'm being a good friend, everybody. I'm being a good friend. Ah, there he is. No E! That's my problem. Alright, if you guys are into Pokemon, into shiny hunting, go check out Ben at Shiny Dex. Fantastic streamer. Fantastic website if you're into shiny hunting. He has a website that helps you track your shiny hunts. Chef's kiss. Amazing stuff. But he is pushing for partner right now, and I really hope he gets it. As with all of the homies. Arch users wear fishnets to avoid overheating from their computer's ventilation. It's a known fact. Them's fighting words. I do not use Arch. I'm still a Windows pleb. However, I do plan on switching to Linux at some point. I just need to... Sorry, I'm getting myself a beverage. I am getting myself a portable hard drive, and I'm moving a lot of my assets over, and then I'm going to basically just do the switch. I'm going to clear everything off of my PC, boot from Linux, and just re-download OBS, have to redo all of my stream assets and all of this stuff, and then we're off to the races. You're currently on... Ooh, you're on the castle already of OG Resident Evil 4. I'm on the part where I need to shoot the enemies while Ashley is opening the door. Ah, yes. Ah, yes, the throne room. The throne room. Well, actually, was that the throne room? No, shit. It has a name. It has a name. I think it is the throne room. I think it is the throne room. Anyways. Very difficult stage. Do you have the semi-auto rifle or do you have the bolt-action rifle? That will... Your mileage will vary based on what sniper you have. Also, I will say, in that particular battle, the TMP, the submachine gun, very, very helpful. Very helpful. And, Jodre, I hope you're having fun. I hope you're having fun. Oh, are you just running the pistol? Oh, you do have the TMP. Okay. Rifle is very, very helpful in that. So I would go buy the rifle. I would go buy the rifle. Banana, I'm always winning. I'm always winning because I have this lovely community. Shotgun, TMP, and... Ooh, Red 9's a good call. Yes, I do love the Red 9. I do love me a broom-handled Mauser. I do love me that gun. I like my socks to breathe. IQ says, when it comes to single-player games, I have a harder time thinking of one, but I will say Star Wars Republic Commando was tough. Hard mode is just simply unfair. The difficult squad control mechanic is what makes and breaks this game. It's really fun, but also frustrating, especially on hard mode. The super battle, the spider droids and the Geonosians. Yeah, and when you get to the Magna Guards on hard mode, what are you playing it on, IQ? Are you playing it on PC? Because I will say that Republic Commando... oh, you're not feeling... Jodre, hopefully you feel well. Everybody, could we get some feel-good emotes in the chat for Jodre, who is feeling poorly? You make your brain kind of dizzy. I'm sorry to hear that, Jodre. I'm very sorry to hear that. Republic Commando, yeah, I showed this, I think it was on the Saturday stream I might have done. I showed my collector's edition, which is a PC version of the game. My buddy got it for me on my birthday. My best friend that I've known since kindergarten got me Republic Commando, the limited PC release. But I also have the original Xbox version. And I gotta say, my preferred way to play that game is on the Xbox. I prefer to play it on the Xbox. My character for that Kaizel Online thing I mentioned today got shot down because apparently I apparently used AI to make my character when I spent 2 hours. That's weird. That's weird. But also, you are playing a mod for Skyrim that incorporates multiplayer, and that, in and of itself, can be... Mileage may vary. I'll put it that way. Installed a virtual machine, downloaded the proprietary Windows installation media creation tool, captured your USB drive in the... Oh god, wow. Okay. Yeah, you know, the thing with Windows that, again, I've got no context, right? I've always been a Windows user. I've always used Windows as my, I guess, my operating engine on a computer. But from what I'm hearing about Linux is it's like you've had no freedom, and that's all you've ever known, so you're comfortable there, and then you're given freedom, and you don't know what to do with it. That's how using Linux has been described to me. But there's also systems that too many things require Windows to run to fully step away from it. Yeah, and that's kind of the situation that I'm in, is I'm bought into Windows, and other people say that Windows, some stuff requires Windows, and yes, you can use a virtual environment, but I am a troglodyte. I hate, as much as I love video games and I love streaming and I love all of this, I hate messing with electronics. I hate messing with this stuff. Einar will be... Well, I'm glad you're having fun with it, Monty. I'm very glad you're having fun with it. And really, as long as a video game is giving you fun, that's the biggest thing. That is absolutely the biggest thing. Before we get into Dead Cells, because we are getting around that time, I did want to give you guys a little update. So, I feel like I worried some people when I was kind of mentioning some of the health struggles that I was having, losing weight and that sort of thing. So I kind of feel obligated to provide a little bit of an update for those of you who were thinking about that and worried about that. So I've finally been tested. My chronic fatigue finally is getting taken seriously by a physician, and I did get tested for stuff like sleep apnea to make sure that my sleep was restful, and luckily, good news, I have tested negative for sleep apnea. Bad news, they still don't know why I'm tired all the time. So that is still ongoing, but luckily we're moving in the right direction and I'm being taken seriously at long last. Second bit of news for feel-good stuff is I've been... Well, at least something was cleared. Exactly. It's a step in the right direction. I've also had my long-held suspicion that I had something like SIBO. It's finally been taken seriously, and I've been put on very good antibiotics, and all of my issues are gone. It was honestly really overwhelming. The meds are definitely kicking my butt. Antibiotics are not fun. They're not fun. But it's so nice to feel better to the extent that I do. I'm still being very careful with what I eat. That's some real Canada shit. Yeah. Antibiotics. Biotics. There you go. Antibiotics. With that said, I'm feeling loads better. I'm feeling a lot better, and I've put on 5 pounds. Most of it muscle. I've been exercising regularly at this point, and it's tough when I'm so tired, but I'm really persisting that if I do gain weight, I want it to be good weight. I want to be back in shape. I was in very good shape before this mystery illness kind of took hold of me. So I'm feeling loads better. I'm gaining weight through exercise, and I'm honestly, like, as tired as I am with the chronic fatigue and stuff like that, I feel more vital than I have in a really, really long time. It's like a bunch of bandwidth that I had taken up by, all this energy has suddenly been freed and given back to me, and it's allowed me to be a lot more creative. It's allowed me to devote You know, I'm not saying it's going to result in extra streams or anything, but I'm finally feeling like we're getting to the point where I might have the energy to do something like that, which is really cool. It's really cool. So I just wanted to provide that little update, because again, I feel like last time I talked about it, it scared a lot of you guys. And I don't like to do that. I want to be honest about the struggles that I'm having. I don't want you guys to feel super in the dark. Like, obviously, I have a private life, you know, but this is one thing that has affected the stream in the past, and I want you guys to feel in the know about why I have struggled with consistency as far as the stream goes lately, and, you know, with the content and everything. It's been because I'm struggling with health stuff, but now it's finally getting cleared up. The treatment is 2 weeks. It's 2 weeks on these meds, and then I'm on a probiotic, is what it's called. So that is hopefully going to clear up the majority of the issues. I'm still on the nerve medication as well, which is helping, but I would like to get off it if I can, but we'll see. We will see. All right, I am going to boot up the game. Like, I'd be dead by 50 without a C. Oh, damn. Yeah. Yeah, no, I didn't think that I had it, but between my deviated septum and my... So, I went to an ENT this year because I was, like, getting... Well, obviously, I had the fatigue, but then when I exercised, I was getting literal panic attacks. I was actually, like, having full-blown anxiety as a result of exercise. So I kind of asked my doctor about it, and I was like, okay, like, what's going on here? And he was like, okay, I have no idea. We're referring you to ears, nose, throat doctor, an ENT. I think it's called I think they're called a something like an otolaryngologist or something like that. Anyways, he took a look at my nose, he took a look at my throat, and he was like, okay, severely deviated septum, left nostrils, left the chat, absolutely, like, nothing going on here. And then my throat, I had mono when I was 16, and I had it so bad that my throat closed. Like, it was actually really scary. I couldn't swallow, I could barely breathe. I was at the doctor's literally like it sounded, it was crisis level stuff. And I was put on steroids to deal with this, but not before, I guess, a bunch of scar tissue had accumulated. So, he mentioned that health situation when I was younger has affected me today. It doesn't affect my breathing necessarily, but it does affect, you know, sometimes you'll, like, my vocal response. It's part of why my voice is resonant, is, you know, I don't necessarily have a deep voice, I have a resonant voice, and that has contributed to why. It's because I've physically got something going on here. Python, welcome in! Hope you're having a good day. Python, I was hanging out with Know That Other Jake. It was his stream anniversary today. I'm not sure if he's done streaming. But I was hanging out, and Python and I were... He had... I'm thinking about doing this and, like, doing a Twitch-only stream so I don't have to worry about demonetization or anything like that. But Jake had something... I think he's streaming 18 hours, so Dragon, if you do have to go hang out, like, that's fine. Stream anniversaries only come once a year. But, he had a Spotify thing going where you could choose a song, which was really cool. And Python and I were we were just firing off absolute banger after banger after banger, and kind of musing about excellent music. Finally got to talk and stuff. I appreciate it, man. I very much appreciate it. Yeah, we don't have the amperage that Jake has. It's a far more mellow time here most of the time, I would say, and this is normally the music that we have going on. Yes, I was happy to find another fan of Breaking Benjamin. It's one of my favorite bands. They are one of my favorite bands. Alright. Chat. I'm a little warm right now. Are you guys going to behave yourselves if I take the pump cover off? Because I am actually rather warm right now. I was like, I'm gonna cover up the arms today, because every time I wear my muscle shirt, everybody loses their shit. You know I'm never gonna behave as long as you follow channel rules, Dragon. As long as you follow channel rules. You usually stream while you're. Whereabouts are you? No doxing, but whereabouts are you, Python? Oh, we're just gonna throw this over my seat here. Why is this being so difficult? There we go. There we go. Oh, okay, you're Canadian as well. You're Canadian as well. I'm in Manitoba. Okay, let's move over to Dead Cells. Alright, so... let's see. Now, I noticed the last couple of streams, Dead Cells was a little bit loud. So what I'm going to try and do is I'm just gonna mess with the volume slightly. Okay. That seems to be good stuff. Alright. Now, let's get my controller. Saw your fellow Canadian, I was like, hell... Yes, it's always good to find fellow Canadians. Alright. We will continue our game. Now, I have to figure out what my build... Okay. So, we have 2 bows, grenades, and a trap. Oh, that's very powerful. That is very powerful. Okay, I'm going to invest in a little bit of survival. So, lately, I've been playing a lot of tactics builds in Dead Cells. The stream has been awesome, so, Python, you just kind of caught me. I normally catch up with the community for about, 45 minutes before starting the actual, games. Just to, update people on the news with the stream and any gaming news that we're particularly interested in, kind of thing.
Macera.
Font Crimes, welcome in. I'm missing my jumps right now. Ooh. What do we have here? Ooh. Oh, we have a shop. Alright, well I can't... Oh, can I afford some stuff? I can afford... Okay. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. The leg hugger is one of my absolute favorites. I nearly beat the vanilla boss with that. This has been on your wish list for a while. Scytheblade, what kind of games do you normally play? Gotta catch up with the gaming news? Sorry. No, all good. All good. So, Python. What, and this goes, I just asked Scytheblade, but I'm interested as far as your kind of enjoyment goes as well. What kind of games do you normally enjoy? Oh, there we go. I've also been interested in Dead Cells for... Yeah, like, this is the... It's interesting to me that... And I'm guilty of this as well. You know, there's a popular game, and you just have too much going on, and you never end up playing it. And this is a game that I was very wary of when I first started playing it, because I was really worried that I would be alienating the community. And I'm so glad that that has not been the case. That there's actually a lot of people who are glad that I'm giving a voice to this game and playing it, because it's been something they've been interested in and just simply haven't given their attention to. And there's a lot of games like that, and I don't want... You know, if I can give a game like Dead Cells, which is an excellent game, it's a very good game, if I can give this game any sort of hype, any sort of love, then I think that's a win. I think that's a win. You mostly enjoy JRPGs. So like Final Fantasy, that sort of thing. I watched Mike Does Audio. He was playing Breath of Fire 3 the other day, and it looked so good. It looked so good. And I'm not the biggest fan of JRPGs. I will be the first to say that. I'm not the biggest fan. But at the same time, you know, game recognizes game. A good game is a good game is a good game. Like, I saw that and I was like, okay, that looks really good. Honestly, a mixture of everything, but I got a soft spot for anything post-apocalyptic. Huge Halo and Assassin's Creed fan, etc. We have a lot of Assassin's Creed fans as well, so we've got Dragon, who you've probably seen in Jake's chat. Dragon introduced Jake and I. We're both fans of Morrowind, and Dragon introduced us. And he's also a huge fan of Assassin's Creed. Chrono Trigger is absolutely amazing as well. I like a few JRPGs. Chrono Trigger is... Oh, it's your favorite game. I've been secretly... And I don't mean this in the sense that I'm dreading playing it because it's a bad game. I'm dreading playing it because it's such a venerated game. I've never played Chrono Trigger, and so many people sing its praises, and it's like, oh god, you know, I want to do it justice. I do not want to... what is the phrase I'm looking for? I do not want to dissuade people from playing the game, because I personally do not have necessarily the best experience with it, which I don't even know what kind of experience I'll have with it yet, so that remains to be seen. God, the infantry bow is actually amazing. Why have I not been using bows? This is incredible. I rented it from Blockbuster as a kid for multiple months. I wouldn't say I'm a huge fan of Assassin's Creed, but it's just one of the classics from our sort of era of gaming, so it stands to reason that I'm yeah, exactly. You know, if I had to say what game you were a massive fan of, it would be Morrowind. Or really, is it fair to say The Elder Scrolls? I'm not sure if it is. Oh. Oh, whoa. Okay. He hasn't evolved yet. Ooh. How do I get over there? This makes you want to play? Good. That's the whole point of the stream. If I had to say what my intention is when I stream these games, it is to make people want to play them. You know, I don't want to just show you guys cool games. I would love if you guys also wanted to experience these titles with the community. That's, you know, okay. Okay, we're gonna do that. Where? Ah! This has a similar look to Soldiers. I'm not familiar with that game. Soldiers? Soldiers. By the way, if you guys have any games recommendations, exclamation point suggest in the chat. It takes you to my rank 1 page. You can suggest games for me to play on stream. You can see what I want to play, what I'm currently playing, and what I have played on stream. Soldiers. I remember playing Valhalla and putting 170 hours into the game just to not even be halfway through the main story. I did all the DLC before. Oh, yeah. I did that in Skyrim. I didn't even beat the main story before I had like everything in the DLC sussed. I would say it's going to be Dragon Age, since Dragon Age Origins was my first true video game that I played. Then, like a year later for me, my sister, bonded a little bit over Skyrim. Because we made a character together, that character of which is the same character as in my yeah. It was similar with my dad and I. We were having, no, all good Python. That is something Dragon and I have in common, because my dad was military, and he and I did not have an incredible relationship growing up because... Oh, ooh, yay. Alright, I'll take the chicken. He was deploying a lot, and I really struggled with that. You know, it took growing up to realize that my dad was also struggling with that. You know, I wanted my dad home, and my dad wanted to be home, but I thought that, you know, because his career was popping off, and he was doing very well for himself, that he, in fact, did not want to be home. He wanted to be working, etc., etc., and I had a lot of misguided feelings about that. And it was through playing video games that my dad and I bonded in a very meaningful way that we didn't have all of the time. Alright, I feel like I need to let this guy eat, because he's not going to evolve otherwise. We still aren't super close. That's mainly because we have completely different... Yeah. Yeah, no, and that does happen. That absolutely does happen. But, you know, it's nice when you get to... Sweary. I feel like that's Castlevania. I feel like that's probably Castlevania, and we're wanting to beat vanilla content if we can. But I would say that one of the nicest things is that you can still have those good memories in spite of that difference that you have. Okay, so we have 32 cells. Now, I feel like I should start upgrading these skills here. And by skills, I mean these items, because if I can get these items, it will make me more powerful, and it'll just keep it in my repertoire, which is nice. Ooh. Oh, that is nice. Crow's foot seems good. I'm gonna invest in this. I'm going to invest in the crow's foot. Ooh. Okay, well, we're gonna upgrade that 100%. Yeah, I'll upgrade that. And then... Okay. Infantry bow is definitely going to be... Oh, right. I do like that the game makes me choose my mutations. Ranged kills, reduce cooldowns. And support synergizes. Well, and that's kind of, you know, Dragon, that's exactly why I want to keep Syvaris as our character going. When we get back into Morrowind, the character that we started in Daggerfall, Syvaris II, that is something that I think would be cool to keep going. I think that as a community, having a character that we've all kind of contributed to creating, I think that's very cool. I think it's awesome that we get to do that. My dad only played one video game with me. It was Off-Road Fury for the PlayStation 2. I remember we discovered that we could launch our guys through the building. Here, 1 second. I lost chat. We could launch our guys through a building, resulting in us both laughing until... Yeah. Well, you know, and this is kind of... I've been thinking about this a lot, actually. You know, is a video game art? And I think that it's fair to say it depends on the video game. However, even with that said, I think that even the video games that are categorized more in terms of entertainment, per se, I think that those video games can still be art depending on the experience of the user. I think that what makes something art is... I don't want to say it's ephemeral, and it's... I used to think it was based solely on the intent of the maker. You know, did the maker intend this to be art? And that is a strong indicator of something's artistry, obviously. I'm not going to say that it isn't, but at the same time, I think that, you know, what gives art its value to humanity is the fact that A, no one person's experience of art is precisely the same, and B, there's something innately human about these things. It's so damn powerful. You know, do you care about poetry because of the artist's intent, or do you care about poetry because it speaks to something in your blood and guts? Honestly, the answer can be both. It can be. But I think that stories like, you know, Necros and Dragons and Mine, I think that there's something really amazing about the experiences we were able to share with our loved ones through video games. Okay. So I think after this, I need to start investing in brutality, because my little friend here... Oh, man. Frostblast is so good. Oh, that synergizes. Oh, shit. And it's, like, the infantry bow is legendary, so that's a very tough thing. And the Frost Blast would synergize very, very well with... Oh, this is really tough. I could re-roll the infantry bow, though. Whoa, 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 whoa. Hold the fucking phone. Is there a new Metro game? Okay. I'm being so for real with you guys. If there's a new Metro game, that might be the first brand new release. Like, I will play that shit on release day. To completion. Metro is one of my absolute... Metro Exodus, Metro Last Light, Metro 2033. Those games are some of my favorite media ever. I love those games. Oh my god. Oh, I would. I would. Yeah, I would. I absolutely would. Okay, we're gonna do this. And then, what I'm going to do... is I'm gonna keep that shit in my backpack. Because I have a backpack. Yeah, I'm gonna write it down and I'm gonna watch the trailer. Actually, there's probably not a trailer, it's probably just an announcement at this point. Easy books. Easy. It's okay. Yeah, so I have the Redux as well. So that's the PC ports. But I've also been thinking about getting Metro on original hardware. Because I'm very much an advocate for original hardware. Here I am doing it again, chat. I did it again. Oh? Interesting. I don't know what it is about, like... And I will say, I prefer... I prefer Metro over, like, Fallout. I will say that without being prompted. I absolutely adore Metro. I think Metro is, like, probably my favorite post-apocalyptic kind of universe. Yeah, I wasn't super into VR, but that's because the VR makes me sick. Like, VR does not make me feel good at all. Okay, so we're going to invest in 1 brutality. We're gonna make our little buddy quite a bit stronger with that. Right. There's the bleed damage. Oh! Hey! That's pretty nice. Oh! Whoa! Okay, that was not ideal. I was like, hey! There's an enemy! I will destroy him. No, he will destroy me. Oh, shit. Battle of the Archers did not go my way. Let's go this way. Okay, we're good. Let's... Oh, there's watermelon! We gotta grab this. Up our health with the watermelon. Awakening was fun. It was just a short side, they would do... Oh, I see. So... I will say this. So I just did a video on modding, quite recently, actually. And... with like... I'm very much an advocate for the original experience of a game. Now, obviously, if a mod will keep you playing the game, then great. More power to you. But at the same time, my fear in that situation, I would say, is that it becomes more about the mod than about the game. Now, obviously, I'm not accusing anyone of having that attitude towards mods, but it is something I'm very much concerned with. Okay, so for the infantry bow, inflicts a critical hit at closer range. Victims freeze nearby enemies when they die. Okay. That caught... Oh, okay. Alright. Leg hugger synergizes with that. Okay, cool. I'm into it. Now... Successful parries. Attacking slowed, stunned, or frozen or rooted enemy at close range reduces skill cooldown. Works on melee and ranged weapons. Alright. That synergizes with freezing. So we'll go with that. Okay, first boss. Alright, let's do this. The concierge! Woo! Whoop! Throw this shit down. Oh, I'm out of ammo. Gotta wait. Woo! There we go. Whoa. Okay. Not doing bad. Not doing bad. Woo! Okay. That's actually getting quite easy. That's getting quite easy. Okay, now let's get as much of this money as we can. I don't want either of these, because we are tactics and survival right now. I think there's also different types of modding. There's mods that were made by the developers after the fact that weren't exactly like DLC, and there's user-made stuff which we typically think about in terms of modding. Yeah, and there's also community mods that I think do a absolutely fantastic job of keeping the life of a game after it's after a game has kind of died off. You know, The Witcher 1 specifically. I think that that game has really benefited by, you know, community mods that make it run a little less haphazardly. I really think that. Let's see. So there's powers. Scavenge Bombard. There's Cleaver. Specialist Showroom. You know what? Oh, shit. Didn't mean to do that. Let's go into the 4th health flask. Alright, and now I'm not resetting mutation. I'm not resetting that. I've got a lot of really good synergy, so we're gonna roll with it. Slumbering Sanctuary. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Hello? What the hell is the bank? All right. Rafi! How the hell are you doing, man? I have not seen you in a dog's age. How are you, dude? It's good to see you. It's good to see you, man. So bored. I really should have become an artist and... Oh, a customer! It's been so long since the last... never mind. Welcome to the Great Bank. You can entrust your precious belongings to us. We'll take good care of them. I would not advise doing so right now, though. There seems to be a minor security breach in the vaults. Be assured that it's nothing to be concerned about, but if you want to take a look around, and perhaps help out with the, security breach, and be my guest. You're well, been on adventures in the US with the missus. Enjoyed the breakaway. How have I been? I've been excellent. I've been excellent. Obviously the stream has grown quite a bit. I will say that I think I've found my purpose with the stream as well, which is games preservation. But yeah, it's, dude, like seriously, I've missed your streams. It's good to see you, and thank you, Necro, for the shout out. Guys, if you're looking for a good place to hang out during the daytime, especially if you're in NA, Rafi is from the UK, as his username indicates, and he's always streaming while I'm working, and if I can ever drop a work lurk, Rafi was the stream that I was hanging out in. He was the stream I was hanging out in. What were you up to in the US? What were you up to? Small announcement, about you being back? Okay, so, you know what? We're gonna roll with this. I'm gonna check this out. Because there might be some nice unlockables. Whoa! Whoa! Okay. Hello, buddy. Traveling, enjoying all the food, spending the time with the missus, exploring. So, what, I used to live in the US. My dad was military and we moved around a lot. And I lived in Oklahoma and Seattle, so I'm really hoping that you got to see Seattle. Because there were lots of amazing sights in that city. Whoa, okay, that was painful. We have a mini scroll. All right. Survival's gonna be the best. She moved from New York City to Virginia last year, so been enjoying the South. Rafi and I are married, he just doesn't know it. Necro. You fickle bitch. I thought you loved me. Planning a trip to Washington State soon enough to visit Harold. I've been hanging out with Harold a lot. We did a Halo stream. I don't think you got to see that. We did, Eternal and I got him, for my stream anniversary celebration. We got Harold to join in. You might see, if you stay long enough, you might get to see one of the clips, and Harold is just a joy. He is an absolute joy. It's a love square now. Less than 24 hours. Ah, yes. Yes. Like a true Brit, he had the fish and chips immediately. There we go. There we go. Oh, yeah. Okay, some more tactics, please. Whoa. I do not like that form. I'm just gonna say it. I should heal. I should heal, because I'm not paying attention to my health right now. Oh, he has evolved. Good, good. It's a dodecahedron now. The shapes are hard to keep up with. Very hard. Not as hard as Necro, it seems. You know what, we should teleport. That'll save us some time. Dev, welcome in! Ooh, we got the yes, we do. We got the shoulders out today. We did get the shoulders out. I was just wearing a plaid and I got warm. That is my one complaint about this chair. Oh, Raph, you might actually want to hear this. It's a very expensive chair. It's very expensive. But I got something called the Anthros chair. It is an ergo chair. It's very pricey. I'm not advertising this because it is unreasonably expensive. Like, we're talking Herman Miller in body. How do I time out a mod? I think the same way you time out everyone else. Hey, you there! Hit me! Everybody. I think I found Dragon in Dead Cells. You have outraged the gods. Just one little hit, and you're dead. Eliminate 10 enemies to lift the curse. Say less. One hit and I'm dead. Yeah, so I got the Anthros chair, and I saved up for it. I saved up a long time for this chair. Shit. Okay. Okay. One hit and I'm dead. One hit and I'm dead. So I gotta... Whoa! Okay, that's unfortunate. if I had just gotten the freeze off, it would have been fine. Alright, new mechanic unlocked. Conan, I did die. I did die. Question of the day answer from Conan. Sekiro. Shadows die twice. I royally suck at parrying in Souls-likes, but I persisted in Sekiro, mainly because I was hooked on the main story, and cared for how much depth was put into the characters and plot. I then proceeded to 100% it after my first ending. We need a boxcar. We need a boxcar in The Witcher. Honestly, new merch idea. I've actually been having so many merch ideas, and I want to give Dizzy so much work, but I need to save up more stream money.
You inward.
I think that'd be really... Python!
Cheer 10 or spick 15, good job.
Appreciated, my friend, appreciated. Never required, but always appreciated. Alright, let's do this. Alright, we got the blood sword, which is actually a really good first. Woo! Ooh! Huh. Ow! Ow! Ah. There we go. Alright, now, let's up tactics, because I do want to build for tactics. And we did get some food, so... Ooh, okay, I will take that. I'm really gutted about the last run, because I felt like it would... Oh, it would have been so good. Would have been so good. So, Raph, if you're still here, what was your favorite part of the States? Whoa! Woo! Whoa! Woo! Whoa! No, not good. Okay. All right. Ruby amulet. No, I don't want to wear the prisoner's collar, damn it. What? All right. The barbecue food. Where did you go? One of my favorite, and it's actually shit barbecue food. It's terrible. But I was known to frequent Texas Roadhouse when I lived in Oklahoma. What is this strange creature stuck to his face? He still spasms a bit as if he was half alive. Better not linger. Staying too long could have unforeseen consequences. Or everyone expecting a country accent from me. You know what? I could see that. I could see that. Raph looks so metal, and he is metal. But in the States, when someone looks metal, you do not expect a, "Hello, governor." I could just see their faces. They'd be like, "What? What?" I was expecting many things, but that was not one of them. Whoop. Okay. Easy does it, books. Yes. Oh, don't mind if I do. Electro whip. The sticks and stones may break our bones, chat, but the electric whip excites me. I will say, synergizing that... Whoop! Oh, that was really unfortunate. Ugh. Why do I suck at video games? Son of a bitch. He killed himself! Bamboozled again. Have I really used that many healing potions? God, books, get it together. To be fair, I did enjoy Texas Roadhouse when we went for it. Like, it's good, but it's not good for the reasons that I would think it's good, right? Like, the buns and the cinnamon butter are why I went. So good. Magnetic grenade. Yeah, you know what? We're gonna stick with that. That sounds neat. Nah. The buns, dude. The buns. Like, oh. You want me to make bad life choices? Get me in front of some of those buns. You will see a side of me that you did not know existed. Yeah, I will savage those. You like going to also fair. Also fair. Although, what happened to Red Lobster? I heard there was some, like, didn't a company buy Red Lobster and it got, like, completely trashed? I remember hearing that for some reason. Ooh. Infantry bow. That is better than the beginner bow. I do not feel I yet have the solution to this. Oh, a new arrival. And the rats haven't gotten at him yet. I bet there's still some good stuff to scavenge. Nah, just some rusty old key. And a torn-up letter. Royal Gardener, with all respect that I owe you, obey your orders, or you will find yourself in the stomach of one of the ticks. For all of our sakes, this is your last warning. Signed, Commander Castaigne. Yeah, nothing of interest here at all. We found a local diner that did the best biscuits and ooh. The South has good biscuits and gravy. So, okay, chat. This could be foreign or domestic, but what is the best restaurant you have ever been to? Diner, drive-in, dive, bespoke Michelin 5-star restaurant? Be it whatever. What is the best restaurant you've ever been to? I'm going to have to think on it for a second. I think that it's got to be... There was a little Italian bistro when I went to Hawaii as a teenager. There was a little Hawaiian, like, it was a tourist attraction, obviously, but it was so damn good. It was the best Belgian, they served Belgian waffles for breakfast, and it was the best Belgian waffle I ever had in my life. It was insane. And it was also not, like, the gimmick of the place. For some reason, like, it made no sense, but it was incredible. And then we went for dinner, and they... Okay, I don't want to go to the toxic sewers. And they also had, like, incredible food for dinner. I liked the Silver Diner when I lived in Maryland. They would cook my burgers rare on request. I just hear Gordon Ramsay in my head right now, just like, look at that burger. Perfect. Medium well. Library, welcome in. I don't know if it's a true restaurant, but the best pizza I ever had was from a giant mall in Kuala Lumpur. Kuala Lumpur, pardon me. There's one specific Indian restaurant I used to go to fairly often with my best friend, and good lord, their lamb vindaloo was so good. Every time I hear vindaloo, every time I hear that word, I just see Lister from Red Dwarf. It makes me so happy. I only have one remaining taste bud that works. I need curry. What doesn't kill me to recover 2 HP after parrying a melee attack? Ooh. Soldier's resistance. Raffi does love a good curry. Raffi does love a good curry. Let's see. I'm just gonna continue to invest in potions. Because I am bad at this game. Let's upgrade quality if we can. We won't do that with the sinew slicer, though. Then we're going to do tranquility. It's gonna be a good one. I hear Vindaloo and I think yeah. You know what? There's really not many. There's really not that many good Indian food places where I live. I live in Manitoba, and we have a lot of good food. Actually, my city is actually very, like, multi-ethnic, and we have a lot of great restaurants, but Indian cuisine doesn't seem to be one of them. There was, what was the name of the place? I think it was called the Copper Chimney. But honestly, it might have just been the franchise that I went to, but it wasn't terribly good. Like, I'm not going to sit here and sing its praises. gonna continue to go into tactics here. Glass cannon! Glass cannon. Oh? Ooh. I suppose? Yeah, but I might have enough money later. We tried a few Indians out in Virginia, and they were lacking compared to... Yeah, well, I mean, compared to the UK, they would be lacking, right? So I guess we'll continue this. Cheese! Cheese for everyone! Alright, well, I haven't actually taken a hit yet, so we're going to... Ooh, I might go this way, actually. Oh, that was close to being... Oh, now it's just terrible. It was bad, and now it's awful. Ooh, it is awful nice being able to hit from range. It is very nice to be able to do that. Ooh. I do like that damage, though. Oh, we'll head down. We always head down. Speaking of Sheo, just finished the Mantel and Crux in my... There's an iconic thin crust pizza place near me that's been doing, you've been going since late... Oh, that's been going since the late 50s. The pizzas are rarely large. Oh, really large. And they have like a dozen different kinds. Speaking of Sheo, just finished the Mantel and Crux on my deck, we'll see. I thought you were talking about Sheo and not Sheo, if that makes sense. I haven't actually seen Sheo in a while. I hope Sheo's doing well. Ooh, okay. Shit. Easy books. Easy. We're going to synergize with brutality to start. There we go. We'll head over this way. I hear Sheo still in the Shivering Isles, yes. Shall be lurking a little, sir? Might have started playing WoW again. Was fantastic. Raph, seriously, it was so good to see you, man. So good to see you. And I hope that we get to see you more often. I hope that I can catch a stream. I'm in construction now, so it's a little bit hard to lurk while I'm working these days. But if I can drop a work lurk, I definitely will, sir. Whoa. Woo-hoo-hoo. Hello. All right. Oh, come on. Why do I not have enough gold? Oh, I want the leg hugger. He's my friend. And I love him. Actually, I should heal. There we go. Should have the teleport coming right up. Ooh. Oh yeah, so Shea Gorath's Wabbajack is the username. She's been a member of the community for, oh god, actually a very long time now. And also a community member that I share with Eternal Arcade and Raph. I met Eternal through Raph, and I met Raph through, John. So Squish introduced me to Just Do the John, and he was playing Oblivion Remastered, and John has an excellent beard, very handsome man, and he was scrolling, getting ready to raid, and he was like, we don't have any friends on, so let's see who to raid. And he said, this guy has an excellent beard. And we raided into Raph, and the rest is history, because Raph then raided into Eternal, and I was fast friends with both Raph and Eternal, and kind of mused over our mutual love of the Elder Scrolls. I saw Sheo the other stream earlier this week. Sheo's Mitch. Yeah. Dragon and Sheo love chatting it up about Michiganderisms. So we're gonna grab the cheese. Oh, and I can't get. I don't have enough gold. God, that sucks. It sucks so bad. All right, well, we'll have to live without. It's got to be one of my favorite. Okay. There we go. Okay, so the area's not ending. So we're actually in pretty good shape. All right, let's see. There we go. So I think it was like 3,000 is what I needed. Whoop. There we go. And it looks like I'm gonna get it. Perfect. Because I will replace... let's zoom back here. Oh! That's actually really cool. You know, and the world is such a small place. That's one thing Twitch has made me realize. Talking to all of you and the life experiences that we've all had, it's been so cool to talk about, you know, the different places in the world that we've been and the different friends that we've made and everything. I'm not going to be able to go there, but I will be able to make my way here, where I will be able to do this. So if we can get the leg hugger, that is like... Oh, okay. I can roll midair. That is... Okay. I did not know that, and that is wonderful. It's going to make life... it's 3,800. It's 3,800. Well, I'm pretty sure that's the end of the map right there. That sucks. And I'm pretty sure you get bonus gold if you're on a roll as well. Okay, we're going to keep that in mind. Okay, so 3,800 gold. We might still be able to get that. There's a dungeon down here. If we play our cards right, we might be able to get that. And if I can get the leg hugger, that is going to... Oh, can I not do this area? I do not have the bonus yet. That sucks. Okay, do we have any more enemies? What is this? We have the King's Scepter. Gonna recycle that for gold. Oh! Whoa, okay, okay, not good. Damage from projectiles, downward smash attacks. You know what? I think I do like that better. Because I don't... Like, if I am getting hit, it's normally melee range, I feel like. And there we go, we're at 3,800. So, we now can backtrack to where I want to be. Okay, so we're gonna grab more of that. I'm going to continue moving forward because we get another teleporter. We'll move that way. Okay, now let's see. Are we taking bets? Let's see if I can avoid getting hit this time. Whew! Alright. Get good, they said, and get good he did. Oh, feels good. Feels good. Alright, now... Magnetic grenade. I feel like, as good as Sinew Slicer is, I feel like that's better. Oh, that could have saved me some time. Shoulda, coulda, woulda. Shoulda, coulda, woulda. Okay. Now, I feel like if we continue this way, it's going to be maybe a different map. Yeah. Same as last time. Okay, we have the electric whip this time, though, which is nice. We do not have the synchronicity that we had... Oh, that was gorgeous. We do not have the synchronicity that we had last time with all, like, the freeze effects and everything, but just having the leg hugger, I feel like that is going to make a really significant difference for us. And eventually I will work to actually unlock that. But I don't really feel there's much benefit right now. Okay, so we've used up most of our gold. So let's do support now that we have the leg hugger. Can move on this way. Just thinking about my build here. So I'm gonna put 1 point into survival, definitely, because your first point in any given skill, it pays dividends in the damage that you can deal. But after that point, I'm not certain there is much point, if that makes sense. The electric whip is so nice just because it avoids the shields. Okay. Oh, it's you. Looks like I'm on the right side of the door for once. Damn, they didn't mess around. Right. No chicken leg this time. There we go. Way over this way. That electrocution is doing work. Let's see what we got. No. I think I would much rather stick to this. God, that bow is doing work too. Whoa. Woo. There we go. down as speedy as I can. That's unfortunate. I thought maybe we would get something that I would actually like to get. That alone, just the fact it ignores shields, I will take it for that reason by itself. Okay, so we'll do 1 point into survival, just to make me a little bit more tanky. And then I think yeah, we're gonna head down here. Oh, the magical crystal? What was the point of that room? Don't feel like... So, actually, question for you guys. Are the maps here procedurally generated? Or is there, like, bespoke maps that you just play within? And they just change round to round? I would imagine it would be procedural. It wouldn't really make sense otherwise. Okay, so there's a teleporter. Okay. Take him down. Oh, I didn't kill this guy. Sworn you died. Okay, so we'll head up. So is that like a reset? It is. Okay. So I have to be killing enemies frequently, so it emphasizes speed. Just make my way this way. There's a way down. Possible treasures. Scroll of power. Alright, okay, we're gonna get to 10 with tactics, and then I think I'm going to start investing a little bit into brutality. And the reason for that is because a couple of our weapons and our skills do synergize with that. And I do like the infantry bow for its staggered. That is nice. Actually, we should heal, though. There we go. Ooh, now do I have to choose? Ooh, brutality. Okay. Nothing here that I really want. Although Alucard Shield is a good item. For another build, I might have considered it. So we'll make our way here. Just trying to figure out the fastest way to move through the game world. Ooh. Okay. I did have a plan. Might as well stick to it. Okay, that's good. Perfect. Oh, I walked right into that. That sucks. Okay, what do we have down here? Black Bridge is where I want to go, so we'll head that way. It's really not worth for more enemies, I don't think. So we'll just stay the course. Yeah, we'll just work towards another health flask. Going to upgrade the quality of you. Shoots an arrow in front of you. I feel like we could do better than that. Burning's fine. That's good to hear, Necro. I'm glad to hear that. Plus 15% damage. Damage to a frozen target. Victims burn when... Okay, well, not ideal, but... What are you gonna do? We'll do Crow's Foot. Alright, so we don't have a movement limiter. That's gonna make this a little bit difficult. Oh, that's... I would rather not. Oh dear, oh dear. Oh, okay. Do work. Oh, shit. Gonna pop a potion. Easy. Almost. There we go. Pyrus, welcome in. Neil, welcome in. Whatever I want to do, duh. I have no idea what you mean. What is this? Ooh, that's... Oh. Alright. I need to think about this. Inflicts a critical hit at close range. Shots pierce the first target. However, the twin dagger gives me 1% of HP recovered per attack. 100% damage taken. So I get to heal. I'll keep this in my backpack. I'll keep that in my backpack. And I will recycle that. Oh, you... Gotcha. Alright, to the next level. You'd be so disappointed in me, Neil. The last run ended for such a dumb reason. I angered the gods. And for that, I died. Yeah, exactly. Alright, I think we have max mutations. So I'm not going to go too crazy with that. Yeah, I got greedy. I think... Yeah, I think that's vanilla game. Oh, wait. This does not seem... Well, too late now. We've committed. Fractured Shrines it is. Oh, shit. Okay. Hi. Whoa! What the fuck? Oh, this is a whole cluster of fuck you. I have made a mistake. Easy. Easy books. It's down. Ooh, that looks like something I might want. Because I want more money. How do I get down there? There doesn't seem to be a way. Right, well. I'm not gonna trust fall it. I'm not gonna do that. Hurt too many damn times. Ooh. Whoa! That's not ideal. What? Just eat away my platform. Just whatever. Whatevskis. I have a feeling this run is... Oh, no, not you again. No, I'm not gonna hit you. You've been a bad boy. You've been a bad treasure chest. I'm not going to hit you. Took you down. Okay. Doing all right. This is actually really, like... Buddy, save me. I always forget to summon the guy that's at the start of the map, even though he's my best friend. He's my best ally. Whoa. Yeah, let's not do the big death thing. Let's not do that, shall we? That's unfortunate. Down we go. Ooh. Oh, juicy. Nice. Oh, God. Oh, God. What have I done? Woo! Yes! Okay. That was too good not to... Ooh. Which one do I grab? Ice grenade, wolf trap, or the king's scepter. You charge forward upon hitting a target. You bounced it into the air, spinning. The runes that I have, so I have the one for the vine bridge, and I have the one that allows me to use the sarcophagus teleportation. I think I'm gonna take the wolf trap. I'm gonna take the wolf trap. Oh, hello. Now prepare to die. Shit! Mmm! Delicious! Oh, I love this map. I love it so much. So good. Okay, so we have 6,000. Nothing here, really. The next path I should take. Well, I'm pretty sure that I need to... Well, okay, I'm not playing the vanilla game anymore, so... Well, okay, I actually don't know that. I assume that I'm not playing the vanilla game anymore. Okay. I assume Fractured Shrines is DLC. Okay, the crows are killable. That is good to know. Woo! I'm gonna pop a heal. Oh, good times. Whoa! Out of ammo. God, I love you so much. God, the leg hugger is so amazing. What is this? A letter. I was hoping her people could help me, but they don't recognize me anymore. The apostate's hideout isn't far, but I don't know what kind of welcome they reserve for strangers in need of help these days. Interesting. Okay, ads have dropped, and it is the 2-hour mark, guys. So I'm gonna take my break. I'm gonna be a good boy. I'm not gonna stream through my breaks. So I will leave you with the clips, and I will see you guys after ads. Really? All right.
It's good, Sigma.
Can you sing? Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to collect foreskin for Dagoth. Yeah, Vivek mole-egged his ball, so much so that it made history. They wrote a book about it. The entire sermon is a prolonged allegory about post-nut Claire. Now, excuse me while I enjoy my high tea. Tastes like aristocracy. Oh, no, I can't. I can't do it. Oh, wait. I love how that's how you're gay. What the fuck?
Suck on a glorious amount of all-American custard! Yeah, goddammit!
These fuck-ass Nords Nerevar, they're injecting the kids with skooma to change their natural Dunmer skin color. Are you telling me someone willingly slept with Amron? That motherfucker has been trying to find his rusty iron sword since the Second Era.
Last words, a guy with a beautiful voice. He makes me melt. Ooh, ooh. You're really gonna struggle getting down the mountain otherwise. So we're gonna help you, okay? Okay, are you ready?
Ooh, they knocked the wind out of my balls.
Well, okay, it's not a level 3 unrelenting force, so you wanna know the best part about the Hist? Their entire existence is a pun. They're arboreal appearing entities that exist outside of space-time. They see all the timeline, forward and backward. They're Hist trees. God damn it. You want more? You just saw your buddies get killed, man. Did he grabbed my arrow.
I've been looking for you. Got something I'm supposed to deliver. Your hands only.
Dagoth's drawing? All right, I'm scared. I think I'm going to die, but we're going to see how this goes. All right, ran out of stamina and got kicked on the ground a whole bunch. I will burn this building down. I'm underslept. I have 3 hours of sleep. No coffee. The fuck?
This is a trust canon chat. Ah, I believe I could fucking die! Oh no!
Bye, bud.
In that case, Melly, I'm sorry.
The road is long and troubled, and we need
No, Melly, why are you doing this?
to gallop down the way with strength and fervor.
Melly!
His mane flowing in the wind. Cerberus climbs atop him. A new journey now begins. Yamate Cranberry, the greatest horse you'll ever see, galloping with speed and might. Now sing along with great delight. Yamate Cranberry, clippity, cloppity, clip. Yamate Cranberry leads us on this trip.
Oh, God. Oh, what have I done? Like, ooh, yay!
You know.
Oh, what the hell? We've slain all the werewolves in this area.
Come over here and kiss me on my hot mouth. I'm feeling romantical.
Nope, no, no. God damn you. Join the werewolf centipede. They touch tips. They touch tips. You do not have a good friendship.
Oops. Question from Necro. What faction do I like to go with in Fallout New Vegas? So, I think that, obviously, Caesar's Legion is trash. Well, at least they stand for trash things. In addition to that, you have, the Yes Man, which is for Independent New Vegas. Then you have... I'd have to look him up. It's Mr. Something. Mr. Rogers, I think? He stands for New Vegas, and then you have the New California Republic. Now, all of these options, or is it Mr. House? Pardon me, Mr. Rogers. You've done so good in New Vegas. You really have. Anyways, ow, and I am. Oh shit! No, fuck! Damn it. Shit. So I normally go NCR. That's kind of the easiest option, I would say. Hello. It's never a bad time. What can I do for you?
I want a divorce and leaving you.
Oh.
They released Adult Zuko.
Oh, right. Oh, the clips. The clips. No. Okay. To be fair, I'm leaving you for Adult Zuko.
I figured we'd
Like
fight over.
that's gonna be like.
Yeah, that's your thing. Yeah.
Honestly, could we just like
We'll share.
we can triangle that shit?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Good talk. Good talk.
Are you able to walk with us?
Yes,
I mean, Sokka's cute too.
he is. But Sokka looks very.
See, no, the problem is you don't want competition. Like, you want to be the only funny guy.
That's rough, buddy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't have it.
Yeah. I watched the movie leak since it was a full movie and had a lot of highs, but an equal amount of low lows. Yeah, I mean, I've been avoiding it honestly because I really want to, like, I believe in not leaking stuff. That's one aspect of the internet that is really, really hard for me is it kind of ruins that excitedness you used to get. When I was a kid, you used to see a trailer and you'd be so excited. You'd be so bloody excited. And now it's like, yeah, you get excited and you're happy to see the thing, but at the same time, that kind of feeling of novelty isn't there, and that kind of sucks. Ooh. Alright, well, I gotta do this. Okay, so we have speed and power now. The words of Bruce Lee. Speed, accuracy, and power. I'm glad to hear it, Jodre. I'm glad you're feeling better. Yeah, we'll stick with brutality. Woo! This is, you're catching us on, I think this is run, I haven't actually been counting. I think it's run 3 of the stream. I keep dying. The only reason I watch it is because I already pay for Paramount Plus. Oh, okay, so wait, okay, so it's only via Paramount Plus. I didn't know that. I did not know that. Oh, that broads? Huh? Alright, I'll take it. I'll take that. Firebrands. Burns enemies. I'll play around with that. Yeah, I'll play around with that. That's nice. I didn't think I would like that so much. Okay, there we go. Oh, you had a question. Sorry, one sec. With the advent of your new run, would you care for the hint? Sure, absolutely. The medicine better make me feel better, though. No, Jodre, health first. Always health first. Never feel bad about that. Sewers? Gotcha. Although, going to the clock tower doesn't seem to be a bad idea. Because the sewers is what gave me the teleportation route. Oh, absolutely brutal. Literally, it's brutality. Ooh, Baguette Blade has saved me. So we've got... Go this way. Oh, there's the toxic sewers. So you would recommend that I go this way, is what I'm hearing. Okay, I will go to the sewers then. But fast... Oh wait, no, don't want to go that way. Alright. Yeah, no, absolutely. Absolutely. But the treatment of the characters is, it's one of the biggest causes for concern that I would say I have. Because in Legend of Korra, I can't say that I was very happy with the writing of Korra. And it kind of made me wonder, okay, are they going to write these characters well in the future? So I was one of the people, when I heard of Avatar getting a movie, I was stoked. I can't say that I'm not, but I was very much apprehensive, I would say. Also, just in new media in general, like, I've been hurt so many times at this point, like, I'm just... Yeah, and that's the thing, like, Aang, so I view Aang the same way that I view Luke Skywalker. Now, actually, I will say Aang had a lot of very selfish moments in early Avatar. So, the moment where he hid the letter from Sokka and Katara, where it was basically the location of their dad. That shield is really nice. And it is within him, is I guess what I was going to say. However, with that said, he's matured a lot. So to say that is the case still, I'm not sure I'm down for that. Especially, like, he became a fully realized Avatar. Like, what are we talking about? You know, like, him being a kid still is... I think I would find that very frustrating. Oh, sorry. Quinn has been very needy today. Okay, nothing there. Oh, that is ferocious damage. I'm so into this. But they're also in their mid-20s now, and this... Yeah. Yeah. And that's kind of what I was getting at, right? It's... He's an adult. You know, why are we in this place? In this place with him as a character at this point? Where do I continue? Where would the teleporter take me to? Yeah, okay, so there's nothing. So we've got... Oh, okay, cool. The map be deceiving. Hey, over there. I saw your fight. It's pretty impressive. Did you get it? Excellent. Now give it to me. I said, give it to me. I knew it. You're just like all the rest. You'll regret this. We're gonna invest in survival a little bit. Ooh. Cannot be interrupted by an enemy's attack. Launches grenade. Nope. I have a legendary one. Woo! Hello! Easy. Okay, nothing really important there. quarter. Nice. Ooh, like that. Okay, so we'll up brutality. Those stacks of burning are really nice. I didn't think I would like this item, but the stacks of burning are really good. Okay, now... Ow! Whoa! Damn! Okay, downward smash attacks burn the ground. Yeah, I'm doing that. The legendary one doubled it. Yeah, exactly. Woo! This weapon is so good. I don't even care that it's slow. I normally like to go very fast with my weapons. I don't even care that this is slow. Not taking the bone, so we'll take this. I have yet to use the sapphire key. I will say that. The burning is fantastic. Ooh. Ah, yes, the Panchaku. Ooh. Ah, damn. I don't think I could do it. I don't think I could do it. I like the weapons I have too much. I can't do it. Jodre, I know you love it, but I just cannot bring myself to do it. Woo! Woof. Okay, I cannot go anywhere up there. So, let's continue to move down. Let's do this. Go this way. Ooh. What? Ow. Okay, I am out of potions. I need to play smarter. Ooh, ooh. Do not take unnecessary damage books. Let's invest a little bit in our survival. Jeez. I will say the poison is not my favorite. Whoop. There we go. Sorry, chat, I'm just locking in. I don't want to die. Do not want to lose this run. I feel like I'm getting very strong. Okay, nice. So we have to stick with the sewer path. Ooh, wolf trap. Okay, I'm into that. I'm into that. So this next one is where we have to go. Just over here. Oh, and that's all that is. Okay, so... let's head over... You have a question for me, Jodre. What do you prefer more, roguelite or roguelike games? I think that I prefer roguelite. So, two of my favorite games in the genre, Hades, and now I think I would say Dead Cells. I would say Dead Cells is among my favorite games of this genre, of this ilk. I think that's what I enjoy the most, and frankly, the difference between them is not... Do you have the down smash rune? Neil has misled me. I've been misled, chat. Burn him in effigy. So yeah, a lot of the mechanics of roguelites I think appeal to me more. Double cross-o-matic. Shoots two nearby enemies at the same time. Deployable traps. Interesting. Oiled sword. Douses enemy with inflammable oil and inflict critical hits. 10 seconds. Okay. The shoddy, the reason they're trying to give up for Aang is the new villain is very evil-looking airbender who has been locked away for about 5,000 years in ice, similar to how Aang was frozen. I get he can have some sort of bias as to the second airbender being in the world at that point, but he barely even asks questions. Ah, I see. Yeah, and I think it's the perma upgrades that I like. I think that is what I like about roguelites, is that my work isn't necessarily completely undone, but I do have to be careful to not lose that work. I will ask in the chat, no more Avatar The Last Airbender spoilers. I do want to watch it for myself. I've been avoiding as much as I can. Everything that's been set up to this point is fine, but it's definitely something that I'm wary of. Burns enemies. Colorless. Highest level applies 20% damage. Cannot be interrupted by enemy's attack. Launches a grenade. No, I understand. I understand. I've been avoiding everything, though. Like, everything. After being wounded... Era of Mist, welcome to the YouTube chat. What are your thoughts on the Metal Gear Solid 3 remake? Okay, so, Mist, I've explained this multiple times in the stream, so without sounding like a broken record, I am against unnecessary remakes. And I very much feel that Metal Gear Solid Delta Snake Eater was an unnecessary remake. Also, the fact that, and I could be wrong on this, but I'm fairly certain I'm not, that Kojima was not involved. That frustrates me. I feel like because Kojima was not involved, the only way that I can construe Delta Snake Eater is kind of a blatant money grab. Konami trying to cash in on an existing IP without the creator of that IP being present for it. And I understand the creator doesn't always have to be present, but Kojima is a very powerful figure. But as a game preservationist, as someone who wants the original experiences of these games to be available, to be ported apples to apples on modern hardware, Delta Snake Eater, for me, yeah, like it's basically the same game, and it's increased the fidelity, but the things that were changed, like, yeah, the controls were changed and all this different stuff. I think that I was left feeling very empty by the experience of Delta. Like, once the novelty of the graphics wears off, it kind of leaves me feeling like, why? Whereas with something like the Resident Evil remakes, I know why. Like Resident Evil 2 and 3, the tank controls, massive turnoff for people. Updating those for the modern era, as much as I lament the fact that it is going to drive traffic away from the original games, one might argue that the people that enjoyed those remakes the most are the people that never would go to those original experiences, and now they're able to enjoy the franchise at least. Resident Evil 4 remake, arguably the least necessary of those remakes. It took everything that made Resident Evil 4 good, and it dialed that shit to 11. Did it need to be made? No. Is it a fantastic game? Yes. Everything that I just said that applies to the Resident Evil franchise, I'm not sure if I'm comfortable applying that to Delta Snake Eater, if that makes sense. But, Mist, I would be interested to your thoughts on it. I'd be very interested. Jodre is saying, speaking of remakes, are the remakes in Resident Evil games necessary? But no. So, to be clear, I don't think any remake is there's no necessitation for a remake. You could simply just continue the franchise. A remake is a revision of an original experience. And the original experience, as a game preservationist, is history. And I advocate for that history. I don't want history being lost. History is important. History teaches us what to double down on, what not to do, and why not to do it. It speaks to art. It speaks to a time, the art that we enjoyed at that time. It speaks to, like, a game made in the 90s speaks to what people in the 90s enjoyed. So it's kind of a cultural thing as well. It is us experiencing the culture of the past as much as it is us having a new experience ourselves. The remake of Metal Gear Solid 3 felt like a pretty soulless cash grab. I gotta fully agree. It felt more like playing a modern action movie, and honestly, at that point, I would have preferred a movie adaptation. Yeah. And I think that... So, to be clear, this is not the first remake of a Metal Gear Solid game that Kojima was not involved with. So, Kojima, when Metal Gear Solid, the original game, Konami really wanted a remake of Metal Gear Solid 1. They really wanted to cash in on the hype. But Kojima was busy building Metal Gear Solid 2. So, Kojima said, okay, I don't have time, I'm not going to be involved. But what he did say is, all right, I would really like to direct this game. I'm okay with this game being made, I just can't make it. So he went to the developers of Eternal Darkness, if I'm not mistaken. I forget the name of the director, but he worked on Eternal Darkness, a game that Kojima adored. He loved this game. And he said, I would like these guys to develop the Metal Gear Solid 1 remake. And that is how we got the Twin Snakes for the GameCube. But Kojima was still involved, and I honestly, there's similar criticism to Twin Snakes, actually. So the whole soulless cash grab kind of situation, a lot of people didn't resonate with the Twin Snakes. They actually think it is an inferior game when compared to the original Metal Gear Solid for the PS1. For the PS1, no less. At this point, I have no faith in the AAA industry to properly remaster a game without effing everything up. Do you think Silent Hill's remakes are doing a better job, more similarly to Resident Evil remakes? No. Silent Hill 2's remake. It was a good game. But I think it fundamentally missed a lot of what made Silent Hill 2 special in the first place. Like, Silent Hill 2 fundamentally is psychological horror at its finest. It is the tale of a man who did the most horrible thing imaginable, forgot about it, and the game is you rediscovering this from his perspective. Absolutely immaculate story. Silent Hill 2 Remake. It was developed by people who didn't understand the purpose of that experience. You have new voice acting, you have new screenplay, like the way the story is exposited, I would say. I repeat, I think that any remake, any remaster, it is revisionist. It is revisionist. When they are done well, they're fantastic games, and they deserve preservation as well. Because everything that we're talking about, I want people 50 years from now to be able to talk about. I want someone to be able to play Silent Hill 2, the original game, and play Silent Hill 2, the remake, and have a conversation. That is why history is important to me. I want us to be able to have these conversations, to discuss the importance of these experiences. And every video game is worth experiencing. The only thing that a video game owes you is, did you have fun or did you not have fun? A video game is fundamentally a way to enjoy the passage of time. That is the art form that we are talking about here. They can give so much more to us. This is true. But at the same time, if you are not having fun, you do not want to experience anything that a video game has to offer you. The whole point is enjoying the experience, the story, through the lens of gameplay. The whole benefit of a video game is the fact that the media is interactive. Final Fantasy VII Remake does need to be preserved. A lesson in how to F everything up. Yeah, and it's interesting to me because anytime that there's a conversation like this, right? You actually have people on both sides of the fence. You do. You have a lot of people who agree with me, and then you have a lot of people who tell me to shut the hell up. Because they enjoyed the game. And you know what? I don't get to tell them that they didn't. I don't. You don't. They enjoyed the game. And that is, for them, that is powerful. And I'm happy they enjoyed the game. You know, like, I'm not gonna sit here and be like, I hope you don't enjoy your video games. I hope you don't enjoy them. I'm not gonna wish that on my worst enemy. I wouldn't do that. What do you consider as a remake that needs to happen? Or I guess, what is the pinnacle of remakes? So, if I look at what I would consider a necessary remake, a remake that would bring more people to that nameplate, I'm gonna go back to Resident Evil. I think Code Veronica is a game that is a tenuous experience at best. Even those who love it admit that it is a bit rough. When you remake a game, what I would like to see is I would like to see something that adds to conversation. So, Code Veronica was one of the roughest Resident Evil experiences ever. It wasn't a bad game, but it was rough. And it's hard to sell people on a rough experience. But it's one of the best stories in the franchise. And it's a story that is formative to Chris Redfield and Claire Redfield. I want people to experience that. I want people to experience that story. Where it gets dicey for me is I know that it is still susceptible to revisionism. I know that there's still a chance that certain things, certain lines within the game might get changed because they are a product of their time.
Yes, hello,
But
I'm very sorry to bother you, but do you
gameplay-wise-
mind saving your damn game?
Gameplay-wise, Dead Cells doesn't work that way. And you know that, Jodre.
He can mow like my balls, am I right?
Ayo. I think that in terms of gameplay, Code Veronica. In terms of story, I wouldn't say any game, really. What is another one? What is another one I would like to see remade? And this is actually an interesting talking point. I might actually make a video on this. What do I consider a situation where a remake needs to happen? And this is a question for everyone. This is a question for all of you. Do you think any remake needs to happen? And if you do think a game needs a remake, which one? Which one? Excellent question from Mist on the YouTube side. Yeah, Code Veronica is going to be the big one. And then I actually really would like to see not a remake, but I would like to see another game in Iliac Bay. I would like to see Daggerfall. I would like to see Daggerfall. All right, let's get back into it. I am going to invest in tactics just to get a little bit of HP, because that's going to be helpful. Also, Era, do you enjoy Dead Cells? Do you enjoy Dead Cells? I always ask how people kind of happened upon the stream. Obviously, on the YouTube side, I post a lot of content, so I would acknowledge the fact that that is probably how you found me. And thank you for the excellent questions. I love talking about this. This is something I'm so passionate about. We got 3 cores of Iliac Bay and Elder Scrolls Online. Yeah, but Elder Scrolls Online is skin deep. I would like more depth, personally. Ooh. Interesting. All right. Okay. might need to find. There are some games that deserve a remaster just on the principle of accessibility, given some games need hoops. So, this is actually a significant trouble. I see your clips a lot, and I'm a big fan of Dead Cells in general. I've had the same beliefs on games a lot, but you've helped a lot with helping me try to get friends around me into... Thank you for telling me that, Era. Thank you. Pepsi Box, welcome in. Or Pepsi Boy, sorry. Pepsi Boy! I don't talk about this a lot, but of late, there have not been loads of views on some of the... Like, it's not going to be the case in a lot of content creation journeys that you're always going to be experiencing growth, and the videos are always going to be getting tons of views. I understand this. But recently, I've kind of been wondering, it's like, am I making a dent? Is what I'm doing helping the cause of games preservation? And that really helped. I'm just gonna be completely blunt. That really helped. So thank you, Mist. And it is a conversation that needs to happen, because games preservation is something that not a lot of people think about. And it, you know, for good reason. You know, not a lot of people think about history. You know, the importance of the Magna Carta. Like, how often are you thinking about that? Really thinking about that? You know, and I do. I studied for 8 years of my life to be a historian. History is the perspective I use with games preservation. There's lots of people who just, they love video games, and that's why they want to preserve games. I am a historian. I want to preserve games because they are culture. It is the story of us that I am trying to preserve. What do we enjoy as people? That's a very important topic. And yeah, you know, some people just don't resonate with that, but it is... You know, what Conan just said on the Twitch chat, I resonate with that idea. A lot of the people who are asking for remakes and remasters, they're not asking for revisionism, they're asking for a game that they love. They're not saying, I don't want, you know, I want the original experience of this game to be forgotten. The vitriol in this conversation that I see on the retro side is that a lot of people are like, well, you just don't like the original games. You don't actually love these games. You just say you do. And I would argue that, no, they love the games, they just don't see another way to get that game now.
Excuse me, gentlemen, while I have a humiliating panic attack under the scanner table.
That was a moment of weakness, Jodre. I confided in you, and here you are. Benefiting from my weakness. How dare you? And I really sympathize.
All right, fine. Just for the
I
only
really
books.
sympathize with that idea. This is the only books, Conan. You're in the only books. But what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to redirect that passion. If you loved this game, if you found this game fun at any point, it's still fun. And a revision is not going to change that. You're not going to get a first-time experience with Deus Ex, Mankind Divided, if it gets remade. You're not going to get a do-over. You only get one. So a remake is not going to fix that. A remake is not going to... It's not going to remedy that situation for you. But You know what will? You might not be able to have a first-time experience with this game ever again, but new fans will. You can advocate for this game. God, this bow is amazing. You can advocate for the games you love and say, hey, this is a very worthwhile experience, and I highly recommend that you guys play it. And then we can get into the conversation of support. Are the developers going to support that game? Are they going to do an apples-to-apples port? And I was making a point earlier in the stream about this, where a dev does something like that. Nintendo will port Fire Red and Leaf Green to the Nintendo Switch 2, and all that anybody says is, why is this so expensive? That is the rhetoric. And other devs are watching, and they're going, holy shit. Well, if Nintendo's catching flack, like, what's gonna happen to us? Are we actually gonna sell copies? And yes, Fire Red and Leaf Green, they sold. Trust me, they sold. But it's you can't say that that rhetoric is having no negative effects on games preservation. It is. So when you get something that's good, that you want, you need to support it. Our buying power as consumers is the way that we speak to the developer. That's the way that we speak to the publisher. We say, you've done something I like. Here is money. Keep this going. And if they don't get that, guess what? You don't get that. A big one for me was Fable 3. It was my favorite Xbox 360 game growing up, and affected me a lot back then. It's widely considered a very ugly game now, but it means so much to me. Exactly. These games mean something to people. And there is no such thing as a bad game. There is no such thing as a bad game. There's a game that you did not enjoy personally. And that is your prerogative. That is absolutely your prerogative. But I can sympathize with that, because while Fable 3 was not my favorite game, the Fable franchise was one of my favorite franchises. Fable: The Lost Chapters is pretty much one of my favorite games of all time. It's in the top 3. It's in the top 3. I've also said it a million times, but in a perfect world, CD Projekt Red should do a soft remaster of Rise of the White Wolf by giving it the benefit of taking the project off the shelf and giving it the benefit of running on modern console hardware. Absolutely. Absolutely. Now, I will say, I didn't play the rest until I was older, but they're also... Fable is one of the most profound universes that I have ever played. Like, it makes me feel so much joy. I love Fable. Okay, let's make our way back up here. And the reason that I'm playing Dead Cells era, Mist. I like Mist. Era of Mist. I will call you Mist. I will try my best not to slip. But one of my favorite parts of games preservation is that I get to talk about new games too. You know, everybody thinks that games preservation is a retro conversation, and I could not disagree more. The games of today are the preservation projects of 10 years from now. I believe this profoundly. And... Ooh, don't die. Okay, thank God. And I want to do my part to preserve these as a part of the conversation as well. Because the main way that I am trying to preserve video games is through rhetoric. I'm trying to challenge the perspective of people. There are so many people that they have such damaging rhetoric when it comes to the games, and I really want to I want to challenge the idea that everything is bad. Okay, Martin, I'm trying to get killed. If you had to play with one franchise for the rest of your life, in a toss-up between The Elder Scrolls, Dragon Age, and Fable, what is your choice? Fuck! Oh, God. Ugh.
He can mow like my balls, am I right?
Okay. Dragon. The whole franchise, every single game. Every single game. Or one specific game from one specific franchise. Specify, please. It will help me answer the question. I think an important note is also what games mean to people and how. Fable 3 isn't what I consider the best game in the franchise, but I was a very lonely kid, and it meant so much to me on that ground, especially since a game doesn't have to be perfect to mean something or to affect someone. So that really, really tugs on my heartstrings. Not all games are art. Some games are just meant to be entertaining. But does that mean they're not art to the beholder of the game? Can we say that the developer of that game was not artful in their delivery of that entertainment? When I was young, I got mono. I got really sick. I wasn't able to go to school for half of the year. I got, like, my throat closed. It's part of why my voice sounds the way it does. I got mono so bad, and I got misdiagnosed 3 times. I got diagnosed with strep, I got diagnosed with a respiratory virus, and finally, they did diagnose me with mono. And at that point, my throat had pretty much closed because the antibiotics they had given me, they were reacting with the viral load in my body, and they made me sicker for longer. I was extremely isolated. Like, none of my friends talked to me. Nobody reached out to me. Nobody knocked on my door. Like, I remember coming back to school and a bunch of people were like, "Oh, we thought you moved." And it's like, and you didn't call? Anyways, video games were quite literally all that I had. And there were many games that I played that people would not consider art. Need for Speed Underground was a game that I put an inhuman amount of hours into. It is why I love racing games today. I loved Need for Speed Underground. Can I say that that game is not art? When it was there for me. When nobody else, like, you don't care about poetry in day-to-day life. But then you lose someone, and all of a sudden the words of Kipling and Keating, they matter. All of a sudden there is profundity in those words. That is art. Art speaks to the human experience in a way that nothing else can. And these video games, while they don't necessarily do that in words, they do that in action and interaction. We can actually engage with this thing, and we can make stuff happen in a game world. I also played Fable a ton. Fable was one of my mainstays. Fable 2 as well. I played the crap out of it. Oblivion. My love of the Elder Scrolls was cemented during these 6 months of isolation that I had. I was isolated my entire childhood, so I would never have had any perspective on love and life in general if it was not for those games teaching me that anyone can be a hero and that love exists. And the beauty of art is that it affects all of us in different ways because of when we expected it and how it reflects on us. Yes, art is a mirror. When I hear the words of Mark Twain, the images that come to my mind are different than the images that come to your mind. When I play Dead Cells, the feeling that I get from this game is going to be different. And yet it's going to be similar. And we are going to be able to have conversations, and we are going to be able to be human with each other using this game as an outlet. Holy crap. Ooh, the damage. Oh, sinew slicer. Oh, I'm still out of ammo. Not good. Oh, okay, there we go. Holy... Oh, that damage. Oh. Yeah, baby. Oh, yeah. In the words of Archer.
Excuse me, gentlemen, while I have a humiliating panic attack under the scanner table.
Oh, that was good. That was good. Going back to my point of Dragon Age Origins earlier, while it isn't quite as heavy as either of those stories, my sister was really trying to make an attempt to bond with me by buying Dragon Age Origins and convincing me to play it like a month after release. While I had played video games a little bit before that, I'd considered them mostly a waste of time because I was always being outside, either working or goofing off with something else. So if I had been bullheaded and told my sister I had no interest, I wouldn't be here sitting in chat with you. 100%. 100%. Alan Wake has recently become a personal favorite franchise of mine because it reflected on so much of my life and how I struggled with depression. What game or franchise do you say does that for you? Okay, so what... I want to make sure that I'm understanding your question, Mist. Excellent question. Like, my God, Mist, you're just throwing fireballs at me right now. Thank you so much. Also, I saw Dragon, if I had a selection of every single game in the franchise, I would do Elder Scrolls. Between Dragon Age Origins and Elder Scrolls, I would pick the Elder Scrolls. Because I have Daggerfall, and Morrowind, and Oblivion, and Skyrim, and Arena. Like, I've got so much more to play with. And Dragon Age, if I'm honest, I don't like most of the games. Origins is the one game that I'm just like, yes. Sorry, I'm just scrolling back in chat because you guys were speaking a lot. Yeah, Dead Space being a game, nobody else likes. Welcome back from ads, everybody on Twitch. We were having an excellent conversation. Era of Mist on YouTube is just throwing so many fireballs at me. Just amazing questions. For example, for me and Alan Wake showed me a lot of issues I had with people pleasing and closing people out to protect them, but it showed perfectly how it just hurts people around you in the end. So my question is more so, what game affected you like that? So what game served as a mirror to me the best? I think that the game that allowed me to explore my person the most was Dragon Age Origins. When my dad is military, and he and I had a very tenuous relationship when I was young. And the reason for that, by and large, was a lot of misunderstanding on my part as to what his job was, and the difference between what he wanted and what his job required. And then there was misunderstanding on his part as to what I was angry about. So, in a 4-year posting, my dad deployed every year for 6 months. So I got to see him for half of that time of my life. And these were years where I was there from 13 to 17. That was the formative years of my identity as a man. And my dad was gone for the majority of it. And I was scared each of those 6-month periods that he would be gone. And there was one origin story in Dragon Age Origins that really helped me process that anguish in my mind. And that was the mage, the Circle of Mage starting story. Because in that story, you don't have that relationship. You don't have a dad or a mom or really family. You were taken away and isolated, and it showed me as a game that I shouldn't be pushing my dad away with my anger that he was gone, right? Like, it's kind of counterintuitive. You're saying you were gone, so now you're home. F off. Get away from me. I don't want to be around you. I don't want to be around you. And that story showed me, you're so lucky that he is home right now, and you have time. You have time. So please use it, because there are other people in other stories that don't have what you have. Someone in a fantasy universe that is a hero does not have something that you have. So cherish it. take that time and cherish it, because we live a finite existence. We don't get do-overs. So we need to make use of the time that we have. And it's kind of insane that you can get that much profundity from a video game experience, but you most certainly can, and that is what makes a game like that art. That's what makes a game like Need for Speed art. Because that was a game that my dad was like, "Oh, it's cars. I like cars. I raised you building cars. So let's talk about that. Let's talk about that." Alan Wake is very similar in that to me. It was someone who is always scared and trying to hide and protect everyone, but not realizing that people would rather face every war by your side than no peace given by your sacrifice. 100%. 100%. Also, Era, I'm going to take this opportunity because I don't know if you're going to be able to stay for the duration of the stream, but we do have a Discord, and there's a link that you can use to access it, if you so wish. Alright, now let's... Okay, so we got Stilt Village. So Neil told me I need to go to the Oculary. So we've got Fractured Shrines and Stilt Village. So I think Stilt Village is the place to go. Yeah, I think. The Rocket Man, welcome in. Hope you're having a good day. Fan from TikTok joined the stream mid-story and found... Thank you. And, Rocket Man, you are the first viewer over from TikTok. Audie, welcome in. Hope you're having a good day. Ooh, croissant! Oh shit! Okay, well I'm gonna need that croissant now. And, honestly, like, Rocket Man, that's why I consider myself a content creator second to being a streamer. Because in content creation, I don't always get to tell these stories. You know, like, I can make a video, but that doesn't mean someone's gonna watch it. And this is a forum that I can speak to you guys. We can have conversations. And I much prefer conversations to, like, a comment section. So, Rocket Man, I would ask, what do you find interesting about games preservation? Are you a game preservationist, or is this something that you felt called to through, I don't know, my videos, even? Well, okay, so Rocket Man, it's a niche that's untouched by most, because nobody gets views. Games preservation is something that content creators, professional content creators, of which I'm trying to become one, if something doesn't get views, they just don't do it. Because if it's your money, if it's how you make your daily bread, like, are you going to compromise that? And it's about conviction. So I have strong conviction to tell this story, to tell this experience and this art form. It is something that I want people to take seriously because it's your history. It's not just me, right? This is the story that I just told. That is something that video games gave me. And that's something everybody has a story like that. Not the same, different. And that is what makes it powerful. That is what makes it necessary to talk about the history of gaming. Because all of us have something to contribute. All of us have something to say. Sir Evie of Kanto, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, Raiders. Yargen Flargen, welcome Evie Raid. Flameborn, welcome in. Greetings Blind Books, I bring raid. Thank you. Thank you very much. So I'm assuming Pokemon. Could I please get a shout out in the Twitch chat for Sir Evie of Kanto? I gotta see what to be deceived. You were playing one of my favorite games, The Elder Scrolls, Chapter 4. Oblivion. Alright, well, let's hop over here. Not to mention, people really don't realize how important media is to kids who don't have much else, as we talked about. A good game at the right time is genuinely life-saving, no matter how old or new. Absolutely. Sir Evie of Kanto and Raiders, welcome to the Game Library, where we give a voice to the voiceless games. My name is Martin. I'm a variety streamer on YouTube and Twitch who focuses on games history and the preservation of that history through experience. Today we're playing Dead Cells. It's a modern game, it's new to the channel, and it is something that... Yargen Flargen, I love your name. It's so fun to say. Welcome to the Game Library. Thank you for the follow. We're playing Dead Cells. I am trying to... yes. Trying to give the Skyrim vets a little bit of PTSD. Yes. And as you can see from the backdrop, I do love the Elder Scrolls. Full map of Tamriel, game covers for all the mainline games, except this one is technically not the cover of Skyrim. I need to change that. I also love Fable. I love Kirby. I love Pokemon. I do love Pokemon. It's one of my favorite games. It's one of the first games that I ever played. Pokemon Silver on my Game Boy Pocket. The point of my name is to be fun to say. Excellent. Most excellent. Ooh, Fable. There's a game I haven't played in a while. Exactly. Exactly. And it is a game that is under threat right now because it is getting a new game under the nameplate. And the naming of the game is revisionist. It is being named as the first game in the franchise, which it is not. But many people who are not educated in Fable, they will believe that, yes, this is in fact the first game, which is why conversations like the ones we have in this channel are important, because we show history here. And we talk about it as well. The Rocket Man says, I can tell that you're genuinely passionate about this content, and I think it's what appeals to me about your I can't fake this. You know, I get a lot of negativity in my comment sections about stuff that I can't control, like my voice. But I'm so passionate about my mission and what I'm talking about that I can't not do it. And I love streaming. I'm not saying this because it's a niche. I'm saying this because I believe it. And this channel was started by one of my favorite games that nobody has ever played, called The Siege of Avalon. And talking about the effect that my channel has had, I got this from one of the original dev team because he wanted to say thank you because nobody made videos on the game that he worked so hard to make. And I stream it and I show it. So he sent this to me. It's one of my prized possessions now. Your voice is epic would be a great... I voice act. I actually voice act. I do way too much. I stream, I content create, I voice act, and by day, I can be found on construction sites in Manitoba being a plumber. I plumb by day. Do more! I'm trying. I did get a job. I got a gig. I'm going to be voice acting in, fellow Canadian, yes. Rocket Man, please. You think I wear this for fun? It is the flag of our people! In what? It is an indie anime. It's an indie anime. I got it off of, Casting Call Club. So, it's minor roles, but they did hire me. So, I will have to look up the name, because I have not seen it in a minute. So let me just look it up. Plumb by day, voice act by night, stream by whatever. No, I try to keep a consistent schedule. It's just my health issues this year have been tough. First legit role, I got a comment how you're... Yeah, okay. Let's see.
Do you ever have your algorithm so perfectly algorithm?
Yes, all the time.
Yeah, but for me?
Why?
Look it!
Yeah, you've been...
How many green velvet couches is that?
You've been sending me couches, like, every day.
Not every day. I haven't sent you one this week. I almost did last night.
Well, I'm looking for the email. Ah, it's called Telling Echoes. It is called Telling Echoes. Chat is saying hello.
Are you allowed to divulge this information?
Well, I'm in minor roles, and there's no NDA. And it's also a public audition, so... Alright, with that said, raiders, if you got to raid and run, please, don't let... hey, sorry to raid and run. There we go. Gotta head to bed. Yes, get your sleep, get your food, get your water, whatever it is you need. But if you're planning on hanging out, we are getting back into some Dead Cells. Gonna start auditioning again once my thing is done. You should. Like Audie, I listened to that thingy, you know, that we both auditioned for. I listened, and like, you're a fantastic actress. You're absolutely fantastic. So you need to do more.
Would you like tea or anything?
I would love a tea.
Are you gonna drink?
Yeah, I will drink the tea. We'll drink the tea. I got my D&D tea, and I'm set for... Thank you very much. I put it on top of that dresser that you throw everything on top of.
That's fine, because I almost wearing my shirt today.
Okay. I would also drink... I don't know what tea I'm getting. Probably chocolate peppermint, because it's my favorite. And in the chat, let me know, what is your favorite tea? What is your absolute favorite tea? I'm gonna review it like Random Man number 3 was amazing. Well, it sounds like I'm gonna be doing quite a bit of stuff. Also, if you like D&D and stuff, I assume you do, there's a place called D&T, and all their stuff is D&D. Ooh. Dungeon Meshi. Yargan. Dungeon Meshi is one of my favorites. I absolutely adore Dungeons & Dragons. My dad, when I was a kid, speaking of formative experiences, my dad, when I was a kid, raised me on Gen 1 D&D. Hemo, welcome in on the YouTube side. Please try Barony as your next game. It's really underrated. So, Hemo, I wonder if this is going to work on YouTube chat. I don't actually know if this will work on YouTube chat. So, we're going to do... Is it sending? No, it didn't. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this link. I will fix that. I will add a note to do a little fixy thing. No, nope. That's... copy it from here. So I'm sending you a link to my rank 1 page. There we go. And on my rank 1 page, you can see all the games we've played on stream, all the games we plan to play on stream, all the games we are currently playing on stream. I don't think I've updated it from Wheel of Time to Dead Cells, though. With that said, though, you can suggest games. You can ask for games that I play. Everything is done via wheel spin, so everything is random, but we are always, and actually, I should say this, if you have a console game that you would like played, the stream money, the money I make on Twitch, the money I make on no money on YouTube because I'm not a YouTube partner yet, but the money I make via this content in this stream goes directly back into the stream until such a time as I have any hope of going full-time. So if you have a game that you would like to see played on original hardware, recommend it. I will buy the game. I will play the game. I've actually bought several games specifically to play on stream. I bought Dark Cloud. I bought, what is it called? Justice League Heroes. I bought Indiana Jones and the Emperor's Tomb. All of these games have been, and actually, I will post this again because the YouTube chat is actually pretty litty right now. There's a link to the Discord. You can join the Discord. Let me know if the link works. It might. I've had links not work for some reason. So, join the Discord. We can continue the amazing conversations we have on stream on the Discord. And if there's any recommendations that you have that you can't post on rank 1, then you guys can talk about these games in the games chats, and there's a suggestion box, and there's tools. We have the tools. I'm an 03 baby, so mine was Oh, what do we have here? Any PS2 fans here? I got one right down there. It lives right here. What are your thoughts on the issue of companies copyrighting game features? Like the most hated example of the Nemesis system being locked away by Warner Brothers. So, this is a question of what companies can do and what they should do. Both links seem to work. Excellent, Hemo. Thank you very much. So, under copyright law, that is their prerogative. They can legally do that. But that doesn't mean that it is right of them to do so. And I would say that competition is important in the games industry. And I would like to see as much of it as possible. Dodging plants a bomb. Okay, yep, I will take that. So I would have loved to have seen more iterations of that particular combat system. Oh, thank you. Here, it's okay. You can just put it. Yeah. That's okay. Thank you. But if I had to say what I personally am a fan of, yeah, like I don't like when things are copyrighted and content potential for devs is locked. Now, I will say that when things get copyrighted, there is potential for innovation that I like. If a dev can't do a thing, they will innovate around that problem, and they will make a cool game in spite of the fact that they do not have access to a particular system. So, yes. But I really would like to see that not happen as much as possible. Okay, we're not going to be able to do anything with that. Now, with that said, I think that the Nemesis system gave us a lot of cool games from WB Entertainment. So I'm not going to chagrin the games that were made. I think the Shadows, the Mordor games, they were good games. I enjoyed them. Okay, I need to. Oh, this is bad. I need to get up there. Woo! Oh hell! Woo! Hello! Whew. Oh my goodness, you chatters are popping off right now. With the oh, one sec. Everything just scrolled right to the top of chat. That's why I was like, where am I? It's very anti-consumer and anti-creative in general, as if punishing people for wanting to see and experience more. It's yes and no. So, again, the letter of the law is what we're talking about here. They can do what they want. And as gamers, as consumers, we can only really get what we get. But the conversation that stems from this is, are you limiting what we can get by copyrighting these systems? It's similar to Nintendo kind of copyrighting stuff ancillary to the Pokemon franchise. I remember, waiting in line for the PS2, yeah. Yeah, and to be honest, I think that, again, some of my favorite games, it's the innovation through limitation that are some of my favorite parts of the game. One of my favorite stories is... how Kojima brought someone new onto the dev team that was an expert on the particular kind of code that the PS1 required. So that he could get the maximal amount of efficiency out of that particular console so that he could do in-engine cutscenes for Metal Gear Solid, the first one. And stories like that, I think that when you standardize a process, when something is just the same, it becomes difficult to do that. And I think that a lot of the stagnation in the industry that a lot of people complain about, that is somewhat misguided but also not. I think that the reason for that is because there is a standardized process. We lack a lot of that weirdness that we got from the fact that the games industry was, for a long time, a wild, wild west where everything had different controls. Everything felt novel because everything was novel. Nothing was the same. And now we have standardized control schemes. We have all these different processes that make it really difficult to innovate. But kind of upsetting, because someone who loves a good story, it kind of sucks at a certain point to never be allowed to see a character's story arc and points end. They just keep going and go, Oh, what about the understanding of not letting something go? A lot of it, at least to me, feels like they just want to milk it until... Yeah. I talk about this all the time. I think Halo should have ended with 3. Actually, no, because we wouldn't have gotten Reach. So, Reach, I would say. There's a difference between innovation via hardware limits. Yeah. Yep, that's true. That is true. Absolutely, Flameboard. But I think that after Bungie finished with Halo, I really think they could have ended the story. That was a clean break. And I think a lot of franchises don't give themselves a clean break. And actually, we were talking about the new Avatar movie that's going to be coming out, and I'm a little bit fearful that there was a clean break via the end of the Avatar series. And I feel like, and this is partly because of the fan base, I feel like we're kind of pushing a little bit, and maybe we're not going to like what we get. There's a possibility. Resident Evil is my example of that, because it feels like Leon and Chris are endlessly pulled back and back and back, and they never let them just have a consistent idea. So, I found Halo through Halo 4, so it holds a place. True. And that is why I advocate, even though these experiences continue, and I don't necessarily agree with them, I want them preserved. Because there's a story. There's a story there. There's something that you bring to the conversation through that. And you might consider Halo to be one of your favorite, Halo 4 in particular, one of your favorites in the franchise, even though I consider it to be a pretty massive schism from the intent of what Halo is and the story of Master Chief. No animals were harmed while researching a cure against the malaise. Promise. They won't need it anymore anyway. Alright, I'll take it. So, to your point, Mist, I would say to that, that's kind of the point. So, Chris and Leon are some of the most tired-feeling protagonists in any game series, and that is because they've been through some shit. And that is kind of what I love about it. When... Ooh. I don't really need any of this, though. And I love that there's kind of a... There's kind of a strength about these characters through the fact that they have endured. So, like, endurance is one of the... Now, I get what you're saying. Like, why don't we get more Claire? Why don't we get some Sherry Birkin? Why don't we get these other characters in the franchise that can have their moment, their time to shine? I understand that, and I think that was one of the things about Resident Evil 6 that I think a lot of people underrate. I don't think that enough people commend Resident Evil 6's addition of Sherry Birkin and Alex Wesker. They tried to add new characters, and the fanbase said, "Hails to the no." God, I love this sword. I love what they've been doing, so I guess it's just more so a fear that they will never finish their character stories, because it's hard to tell from consumer perspective what story is just a cash cow. The thing they did with Chris and Leon is you see them being wore down over time as the games drag on, showing the real weight of the lives that they live. Yes, 100%. Absolutely. And I think that Leon being, you know, there's obviously the people who are like, oh, Leon, you know, there's those people, but there's also the people who love, and I count myself among these people, is I love Leon for the fact that he has endured and he has remained. You know, it would almost feel like, to me, a disservice to the character if Leon had a bad send-off. And I think that one thing, and I would not want to be the writer, is I would be terrified to be responsible for Leon or Chris or Claire or Jill's send-off. What would you say is the point of showing that, or just dragging it on, though? True. So, one thing that you need to make sure that you do in any story is you don't need to provide closure. You need to provide a clean break that makes sense. You need something where it... Why are people so upset by Mass Effect 3's ending? Because in the context of the games, it makes no sense. You grind out 3 games with the same party, the same characters, the same OC, the same choices, and that ending made no sense. And not only did it make no sense, it disrespected a lot of the choices that you made, a lot of what you did. Okay, now you will forgive me if I'm not quite as chatty. This is a very difficult part of the game. The send-off of any legacy character has to be handled with particular poise and respect for the character as the person they are. If it is handled badly, you can ruin the entire game. Luke Skywalker. Luke Skywalker. And I don't need to say any more, because the fans of Star Wars in this chat know exactly what I'm talking about. Who we got in the the sequel trilogy, I misspoke, the sequel trilogy, was a fundamental lack of understanding. Characters can evolve. Characters can evolve. That was not evolution. That was revision for the sake of a story that nobody asked for. So, for me, it is EU or nothing. Have I ever played the Hotline Miami games? I feel as if Hotline Miami 2 story showcases the art of showing dissatisfaction of an ending, but in a way that fit the story and message. You can have an ending that is dissatisfying. You can have an ending that makes people upset because it's not the ending they envisioned and the ending that they wanted, but it needs to respect the character. It needs to respect the character. God, these weapons are good. Oh, I don't want to die. Please don't die. So many cells. Endings being dissatisfying can work. I'm thinking of No Country for Old Men, yes. What is your favorite example of that? I suggested Barony. Hope you played and given recognition it deserves. I absolutely will. Hemo? Hemo? I don't know. Hemo. I absolutely will. However, I will say I am one man, and there are a lot of video games. So I try my best. Rest assured, I am trying my best. And keep in mind, I'm also someone who cannot devote as much time to content creation because I am not able to do it full time. I am trying my idle best. And my not so idle best on top of that. Yeah, so I think my best example of an ending that I wasn't a fan of, but it was good. Avatar: The Last Airbender. It is my favorite animated show of all time. I wanted more. I was dissatisfied with that ending. Because I wanted the journey to continue. but I recognized that it was a clean break. Now, an ending that is actively dissatisfying, not just perceptually dissatisfying. Do you know if that suggesting website is available for other streamers? I know some people who would love it. Yes. Yeah, rank 1 is available to anyone with a Twitch account. I learned of it through another streamer. So yeah, rank 1 as the site, just recommend that site. And then other streamers can use it. Yeah, it is not bespoke to me. No, not at all. That is a tough one. An objectively dissatisfying ending that is good. So I think No Country for Old Men. That is a good example. I think that's a solid shout. They planned for a sequel following The Hunt for Zoo. Yes, and that got turned into comics. That was a comic series. And actually, you know, that's a good example of why you don't always want what you think you do. Because that story, you know, there are parts of it that I'm a massive fan of, but there's other parts of it where it's like, I don't know about that. Whoa, hey. Negative 10, damage reduced. Dodging plants, I'm gonna stick with dodging plants bomb. I really like that. Oh, I'm so powerful! God damn it, books. You silly bugger, don't die. As the saying goes, you can't always get what you want, but you just might find you get what you need. We're more popular than Jesus Christ. If you know, you know. I do love me some Beatles. That was one of the most controversial statements in rock and roll to that point. And there were some doozies. Jim Morrison taking a King Coiler on stage and saying, "I am the Lizard King." Nobody knew what he meant. My favorite quote from them, "He's not even the best drummer in the band." Yeah, they really railed on Ringo, poor bastard. Shadow of War was pretty good, unsatisfying ending, at least to me. Oh, video games. Ooh, video games. Oh, boy. Within video games, I think that, yeah, Mass Effect 3 was the objectively dissatisfying ending. Like, it was, and it didn't serve the story. Oh, right, but I'm answering it did serve the story. It would depend on your choices, but I would say that possibly Dragon Age Origins. You know, like if you die through your choices in Dragon Age Origins, that could be a pretty unsatisfying ending. Now, it's your choices that did that, but it's still an ending that you got. Yep. Yep, hell of a thing, rock and roll. Okay. So there's loads of towers, though. I feel like going here. There's a letter on the desk. Maybe this desk belonged to the guardian of this tower. Day 1, 45, contaminated, executed. Day 38. Day 1, 38, contaminated. Day 1, 42, contaminated, executed. Day 1, 37. Day 1, 32. Day 1, 26, contaminated, executed. Day 1, 22. Day 1, 19. A little bit of story. The Kingdom Come games? A little. I have not, again, I'm trying my best to focus on games that... This is one of the first games that I've played where I can say that it's not really an obscure title. It's a title... So all games are games history. And I will stand up for every game with my content. But this was the first, like, really modern experience that I've shown on the channel. And up to this point, it's been, like, Morrowind, Daggerfall, Siege of Avalon, Thief, that sort of thing. And it's getting to the point now where I feel like I'm getting a little bit of leeway where I can do something like this, where I can show an experience on stream that is a little bit more modern. And we can still have conversations about game preservation, because I had to ask myself, you know, yes, the people coming in for the game preservationist stream, they want retro conversations. They want conversations about retro games. It's why you're here. But if I want to reach out to people who don't necessarily have these conversations and show them these games, what are the games that I have to play? I have to play the games they're interested in. I have to meet the people where they are. And I need to have conversations like we've been having today about games preservation and the history of games and experiential profundity. And then they're gonna go, oh wow, I did not think of this. I literally did not have this perspective before. And I came to your stream because you're playing a modern game and, I don't know, I like your face or something like that. And now I'm interested in some older games that need preservation. I'm interested in Siege of Avalon. I'm interested in Fable 1. I'm interested in Morrowind and Daggerfall. I'm interested in Dark Forces 2, Mysteries of the Sith. Are you gonna spin the wheel right after Dead Cells, or do you, like, do some extra spin stuff? So on Twitch, Hemo, YouTube is kind of, it's not ideal. I'm trying to get monetized on YouTube, so I'm not gonna shoo you away from the YouTube stream, but on the Twitch chat, they have what's called channel redeems. And the most expensive of those channel redeems is you get to pick the game that I play next. I have to beat this game, but you pick the game that I play next. Otherwise, we spin the wheel. And one day a week, we play the community chosen game. So I stream 3 days a week, Thursday, Friday, Saturday is the current schedule. And if you want to see the schedule, join the Discord, follow me on Instagram or TikTok. I post the schedule there as well. And the community chosen game is a poll on the Discord. You have to be in the Discord for that. Otherwise, the other two games, the Thursday and Friday game, those are going to be... Oh, yes, that is the game pick redeem. And that is a redeem specifically for people who have spent a lot of time in the community. You're speaking in all caps, Neil. All caps. Pyrus, welcome in. So, I wanted to reward people who had spent a lot of time in the community. Now, you have kind of given me something to think about, though, Hemo, which is, how do I integrate that into YouTube? And can I? You know, that is a conversation that I am definitely interested in having. I understand that, but do you like to do some side quests after you beat the game, or do you immediately... Well, I like to do I am one who will side quest like crazy prior to beating the end of the game. I do the main story like last, normally. Okay, but with that said, guys, we're about 4 minutes out from 10 p.m. and I have to be up at 4 in the morning. So, with that said, let's make sure we have a little bit of music. And one sec, I just have to select one last. I'll do survival. All right, we have quit the game. Okay, so I will always prioritize the stream as much as I can. And frankly speaking, the medication I am on, I'm feeling a lot better. So a lot of my exhaustion issues, a lot of my health problems, I've gained 5 pounds this week, and it's good weight. I've been exercising. Cat, are cells really dead? In this game they are. Cat, welcome in. I hope you're having a good day. Guys, this stream has... I cannot tell you how much I've been struggling with this content creation journey recently. I've been looking at the channels, I've been looking at the views, and I've been asking myself, like, am I doing something wrong? Like, on YouTube in particular, I need the watch hours to become a YouTube partner and to get monetized on that platform. And it's been a struggle. It's been an uphill climb. It's been an absolute uphill climb. And there were Rocket Man showed up, Mist showed up, Hemo showed up, and it was all from the content. It was all from the videos that I've been making. And I needed that. I really needed that today. Because this week I was sat there and I was making videos and I was like,
the audacity of this bitch.
Indeed, the audacity of me, the audacity. But I was sat there and I was like, oh, is anybody gonna watch the next video? Does anybody care about what I'm doing? And so many people came in today and they said, yeah, we care. And we really like what you're making. And we want to see more. I hope you can reach that view goal, man. It's definitely, it's been tough. It's been tough. And, juggling it with the day job has been very tough. I send your clips and video on The Witcher 1 to my friends a lot. You're a great influence on learning the art and showcasing its beauty. It's been amazing to see. Thank you. Seriously, you can only be a man on an island for so long. And you have to ask for help. And I've had a very dear friend tell me that recently, and I have to recognize that I've built something here that's bigger than me. And I can talk about this with you guys. There's an importance to these conversations. People tuning into the stream, they get something out of these conversations. They're happy to see what I am doing here. And I need to ground myself. I really do need to ground myself. And you guys, the community, you help me with that. You are important. You are essential in keeping me honest. But with that said, it is 10 p.m. My friends on YouTube, thank you for attending the stream. Thank you so much for chatting so much. It's been really good to see the YouTube chat active. If you guys have resonated with the content and would like to follow me on other socials, there's a link to my Beacons page. You can hop over there. You can follow me on Instagram, TikTok, Discord, wherever it is that I can be found. You can follow me there. Also, if you'd like some swag as well, that is also on the Beacons page. I do have a merch store on Fourth Wall. I do have to mention that because if I don't remember, I will not talk about it at all. So I have to be at ease with the fact that you guys actually want stuff with my logo on it. But with that said, this is the end for the stream on YouTube, as I am taking our friends on Twitch, and we are going on a raid. So let us see who is on right now. So we've got... Okay, so Sammy is streaming right now. So we did get Sir Eevee of Kanto. So there might be some people who want to see some Pokemon stuff. So Sammy Snow, great friend of the channel, amazing streamer. He does shiny hunting. Jargen Flagen. Thank you so much. And thank you for Sir Eevee of Kanto. I know they are not here, but thank you for the raid. Thank you for bringing your people here. Flame, thank you for recommending the channel. It is massively appreciated. But Sammy's streaming right now, but I do think that Jake was doing an 18-hour stream, and it is his stream anniversary today. And he is an amazing individual. Love Jake to death. And if I can, I would like to support. So let's see if I can find Jake. So Chemo, on Fridays and Thursdays, I stream 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. Central Standard Time. And on Saturday, I stream 12 p.m. to 4 p.m. Central Standard Time. But Thursday, Friday, and Saturday is where I can be found. If you're on the Discord, you can also find the schedule where I have everything localized to your time zone. I post my schedule and it localizes to your time zone.
A new hand touches the beacon.
Mist, welcome on the Twitch side. Massively appreciated for the follow, man. Here we have Jake. And he's playing a little bit of everything right now, so if you're not resonating with what he's playing at the moment, trust me, he will be playing many a different thing. Okay, with that said, we are supporting our buddies' stream anniversary. Everybody, if you could join on the raid, it would mean the world to me. So, copy the message. First message for those of you who are subscribed or followed and have access to the channel emotes. Second message for those of you who do not have access to the channel's emotes. I'm going to copy my message so that I can raid like a professional. Now, make sure to follow if you guys resonate with Jake's content. Again, he's an amazing guy. Make sure to show the raid message. Just show him what we're about. Give him that community spirit, for lack of a better term. With that, my friends, it has been the pleasure of a lifetime getting to stream to you all again this evening. I will be back again tomorrow for some of The Witcher, the Enhanced Edition. But until then, I ask that you be well, and I will see you on the next one.
God, that was actually fucking A1.
Pretty good slog. Oh, good job, Rissa. Ah, gosh. Get up there. Ooh, Keish was second.